Welcome everyone to Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022 regular city council meeting for the city of Marina. My name is Bruce Delgado and we have David Burnett, councilperson, and Kathy Viola, Mayor Pro Tem, and Lisa Berkeley, councilperson, and maybe Christina Medina Dirksen will be joining us shortly. So we have an open session, closed session. Rob, any change? We just have one item.
No, I believe the one item is all that's going to be heard tonight in the closed session.
Okay, well then let's go to closed session and come back to open session at 6:30. Thank you, Anita. Thank you, David. Go ahead, Bob, and tell us what we did in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the council did meet in closed session this evening on the one matter listed on the agenda, which was a public appointment matter regarding the position of city attorney. The council received information and provided direction this evening in the closed session. However, there was no reportable action taken this evening in the closed session. That concludes my report.
All right. Thank you very much, Bob. So we're going to have a moment of silence and then Pledge of Allegiance. Would someone like to volunteer to lead us in the pledge after that moment of silence? All right, Councilmember Christina Medina Dorkson. So let's have a moment of silence and then Christina, please lead us.
All right, if you will join me, put your hand over your heart, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much, Christina. Councilmember Christina Medina Dorkson and Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala, Councilmember David Burnett, Councilmember Lisa Berkeley, and myself, Mayor Bruce Delgado. We're joined by Lane Long, our city manager, and Brian McMinn is our public works director. Tina Nieto is our police chief. Commander Eddie Anderson works one step under, doing operations such as patrols as a commander. Matt Mogeson is our assistant city manager. Doug McCowan has opened up his video. He's our fire chief. Eddie De Los Santos functions as our city engineer. Guido Persicone is our community development director. Juan Lopez, our finance director. Carlos Vega is the wizard behind the audio video for Access Monterey Peninsula to make sure that this is taped and live. And Rick Janicki is within the police department, retired lieutenant, and he'll be one of the honorees tonight in our special presentations. And Anita Shepard-Sharp is our deputy city clerk. So we're going to start with
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Carlos Vega is an assistant deputy fire chief.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Carlos Vega is our assistant fire chief.
He's our division chief.
Division chief.
Yes.
Yeah. Division chief. Carlos Vega is our division chief. I'm so sorry about that. Maybe we don't have an Access Monterey Peninsula with us tonight, but we normally do. Okay, so we're going to have a couple of special presentations, and my apologies to you, Carlos, for that. Thanks, Christina, for pointing out my error. So we'll turn it over to our police chief, Tina Nieto, for a couple of well-deserved recognitions. Is Tina with us? I don't see her right now.
I think she was having something going on with her video because she just had a black box and now she's gone. So maybe she's logging back in. Rick, are you doing the presentation part of it?
No, I'm just receiving.
Okay.
Chief will be doing the presentation tonight.
So while we wait, our city manager has a dance routine that he's never done in public before. And Kathy, our Mayor Pro Tem, is going to sing along to the dance.
I'll be doing an interpretive dance.
All right. And Lane's doing a silent movie impersonation while he's muted. So we're just giving Tina Nieto a couple of moments here to try to reconnect. I guess what we could do is we could do the Earth Day presentation first and come back to the two police special presentations. What do you think about that, Lane? Okay, you're still muted, Lane, but I see it. You're saying, yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay. I'm going to need time to log on with my laptop. That won't take very long. I feel like I'm in school with the teacher on Zoom and having to wait for technological delays, as kids do so much these days in school virtually.
Mr. Mayor, Chief had to go upstairs to her office. She was having technical difficulties downstairs. She should be on shortly.
Okay, so I don't see Tina yet. So we'll go ahead and launch into, I'm going to share my screen to launch into the Earth Day presentation. And then when that's over, I'm sure Tina will be with us, our police chief. Okay. We had an incredible Marina Earth Day event a couple of Saturdays ago. And here's the flyer for it that advertised it. And Steve Mack, a local Marina graphics artist, produced the flyer, as he does every year. It shows some of our sponsors there at the bottom, all of whom did a great effort to support us. Can everyone see the screen okay?
But you might want to put it in presentation mode, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I thought it was. There you go. So there's the flyer, and thanks to CSMAC for that flyer. It's definitely like a regional event with people inside and outside of our city contributing in major ways. Long list. At the top of it is the volunteer organizations that put on the event, and then the City of Marina and the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. The statistics from the Park District was they issued 179 wristbands to people who came to work to volunteer, and they signed up 164 people on these clipboards to the right. There was 10 clipboards, one for each project. And on the left, we have a volunteer for the Park District named Jennifer Smith, Marina resident, who also works at our Marina Library, and the environmental education specialist, Mike Biedebach. He's the one that signed everybody in and organized the registration. So without Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District, who also owns the land, we wouldn't get very far with our Earth Day event. So big kudos to the Park District. But really, Earth Day started back in April of 2021 when we knew we needed to get a lot of seeds from local plants for Hilltop Park. And that was a big part of our Earth Day. So these are just some of the plants that Laura Hoover, a volunteer, took photos of when we were out to learn the local plants and when they were going to be in seed so we could collect them for Hilltop Park as volunteers. And north of the Marina Airport, some very, very beautiful land. Many people, including me, don't know much about it. But since we started collecting seed there, I learned quite a bit about it. And we have some beautiful city property, open space north of the Marina Airport, looking toward the ocean. Several volunteers shown here after collecting some of the seeds that are going to be planted on Hilltop Park as seedlings, yellow bush lupin, California poppy, California croton. And it was a good experience to get started last year on that. The day before Earth Day, these are photos from Karen Anderson. We have Happy Hippie potting soil, which is, we've tested it to be the best for us. We get that from Monterey Bay Horticultural Supply here in Marina. And all the pots that we use in this project are on loan from CSU Monterey Bay's Return of the Natives program, so we don't have to buy them. We do have to clean them and sanitize them, but we don't have to buy them. So that's the day before. The day of the Earth Day event, Karen Anderson, the chair of our steering committee for Citizens for Sustainable Marina, kind of like our president, was the first on scene and took this photo of a few display items she brought for our C4SM display table. That's how the event starts. And then the Veterans Transition Center, big thank you. This year it was Charlie, Tony White, and Jerome Hermosura who brought the 80 chairs and 48 tables from the City Community Center and Vince DiMaggio Park. So those tables all have to be hauled in box trucks and pickup trucks and then set up in various places. We have a young contingent of Ashley and Destiny who have been coming every week the last several weeks. Now they're becoming leaders, and on Earth Day they were leaders, showing other volunteers how to do the transplanting for Hilltop Park. and setting up these wash stations, which I suppose that's Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala probably did those wash stations. Is that right, Kathy?
Yes.
It seems like a nurse's approach to things, which is great. And then one of the first things to arrive was the big Recyclomobile, a bus full of interpretive displays to teach people about recycling and waste diversion from the Monterey Regional Waste Management District. And it's driven by Eric Palmer, their outreach coordinator in public education. And the kids just love this. They go into this several times during the event. It's one of their favorite things to do is go into this big bus and talk to the staff about all the cool displays inside the bus. Christine O'Hara is also involved with their education program. And that's her with a game, teaching people if you've got a different item, does it go in the food scraps? Does it go in the compost, organics would be green waste, or does it go in the garbage? And so the different bins we know of have different colors, but it's really important for Marina because it's our responsibility legally to divert 75% of our organics to keep them out of the landfill. That means all of our eggshells and cooked meat scraps and everything normally you might throw away or has to go into our green yard waste bin. So to comply with SB 1383, a new law as of January this year, they're doing our bidding, trying to help educate folks about that new law. So city gave away, Brian, maybe 200 of these kitchen scrap buckets, and Karen Anderson up in the upper left is starting to open those boxes up full of these little kitchen scrap buckets. And here we have a mom and a daughter getting the information and the bucket to take home to start composting and throwing their food scraps into the yard waste bin. A couple of folks we want to give a shout out to, Paul and Steve. They volunteer every month, whatever they're asked to do, and usually they get the hard jobs because they're willing to do the hard stuff. Just want to give them a shout out as being stellar volunteers. Save the Whales was there. Amanda Good is their activities coordinator. She had help. And not only did they have a booth display, but they organized one of our projects, which was picking up litter over 6 acres of the dirt lot next to Walmart and also throughout the park. So they had 20 volunteers pick up over 400 pounds of trash just in that one lot, not counting what they picked up in the park itself. And then Laura Lee Link and Return of the Natives from CSU Monterey Bay, they've been coming to every Earth Day and providing a lot of support. All the pots we get from them, and they give us a lot of greenhouse space to grow stuff from seed. But in his photo, they've brought a lot of service learner students and staff from Return of the Natives to help lead and do all the work that's done on Earth Day every year. Jody Perez is one of our Citizens for Sustainable Marina volunteers, and she is showing another volunteer how to plant a particular sunflower called dune sagewort in the dune habitat outside the library. By the way, those dune habitat plants were salvaged from the railroad when we took them out of the railroad right away so that the hand cars could use the railroad. Now we've kept them for a year, get them to be healthy again after being ripped out of the ground. And now we planted them at Earth Day. You can see a few of them already planted in the picture here in little wire baskets, and you can see some that haven't been planted yet. Rob Shirazi, we're so fortunate. He's a PhD research horticulturist. He sells organically grown food plants at the Marina Farmers Market. He donated compost, fertilizer, lots of baby plants, and he showed people how to plant in the community garden portion where we have 12 community garden beds. So a big shout out to Rob. We had an ice plant pull. Lots of people got involved of all ages. And thanks to Laura for this photo. And this is what it looked like when they were done. That's a lot of work, all done in a couple hour time by those families that showed up for this project. We transplanted 1,700 native plants for Hilltop Park, the future Hilltop Park, from tubes into larger plants. And Scott was our C4SM lead on that, along with Ashley and Destiny that we saw earlier. So shout out to all those people. These are most of the plants that were planted that day. So these are those 1,700 plants that are destined for Hilltop Park, in addition to the thousands we've already done before Earth Day. But this was just one day's result. So really beautiful work they did. A lot of French broom was removed between Reservation Road and Lock Padden Park. So as you walk alongside Reservation Road, you would have seen these yellow flowering invasive shrubs prior to Earth Day, and they're hard to pull up. So there's a special tool called weed wrenches that wrench the stems out of the ground. We did a lot of mulch moving. You fill up the wheelbarrows, and for weed suppression, you put the mulch down in different areas. This was a creative way. Eric Palmer, we saw earlier driving the bus, he took 2 of the green waste bins, filled them up with mulch, and just carted them like a beast where they needed to go. I thought that was pretty cute. And then Griffin is running back and forth to the wheelbarrows with his shovel to fill them up. And on the right, it shows the mulch that was laid down during that 2-hour period. That's a lot of mulch, the fresh mulch there on the right. Then the project wrapped up around 11:30 and the fun began. We had a band. Richard Boynton is a guitarist who lives in Marina, and the guy on the drums is our former recreation director named Don Garl. The band is called Bag of Tricks. They play great music and everybody loves them. Every year they help us out. There's Tracy in the middle and Laura Hoover to the right, and Andrew Martin, 3 of our C4SM volunteers, getting the Ho Wa Chinese restaurant food buffet going with chafing dishes and all reusable napkins and plates and bowls and cups and silverware. So it's a big job. And there's Andrew serving the Marina High School yummies, tarts and cookies that their culinary program cooked along with their retiring teacher, Alan Mello. And they gave out approximately 165 free Chinese hot lunches that day. And so people had a good time eating, listening to music, playing around. Monterey Stinging Jellies had a place for people could learn how to throw disc golf. And then we had an art bike by the Blue Zones Project where you pedal the bike and it produces tie-dye art or smoothies. But that day it was producing tie-dye art. And there is the Blue Zones Project table, another photo by Andrew, and that's Ana Acosta, one of the staff at Blue Zones Project, Monterey County. There's Kathy. One of the contributions was toys for every child. So every child got a good quality game or toy of their choosing by a raffle process that Kathy has organized. Thank you very much, Kathy, for that. Here's Kathy enjoying some time with some friends. And the last thing is there was an idea by a woman named Marina Hernandez for a mural. And she showed that mural as a computer sketch to the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District, who owns the land. And they said, yes, please do that mural. So on Earth Day, she had Paul Forsberg, we mentioned earlier, give a base coat to the shed. And then she came before Earth Day and put the background colors for the mural. Thanks to Karen for that photo, Karen Anderson. And there's Marina looking at her sketch and starting to paint the shed, the mural. On the right is Enid Baxter Rice, who's a professor in the arts department at CSU Monterey Bay, and a couple other folks on the left helping to get that mural started. And Marina Youth Arts liked the idea so much that they donated $450 to pay for the paint supplies and for the kids' art materials in the other part of the Earth Day event. And so there's Marina overseeing a couple of young people and an AmeriCorps volunteer putting more detail into the mural. And here's the there's a couple of representatives of the student indigenous group at CSUMB who are helping out with this mural. And that's what the mural looked like at the end of Earth Day. But Marina has been back for several days since then. So there's a lot more detail today on that mural. It was already beautiful at that point, but it wasn't finished. And you can see Monterey Bay, you can see the dunes, you can see Loch Padden Lake, you can see the Monterey Peninsula Mountains, you can see the Santa Cruz Mountains with oak trees and poppies and California tules around the edge of the lake, Loch Padden Lake. So it's just beautiful what Marina has done. And she hopes to do the next two of the next sides of that shed soon. But this was the Earth Day project. And it's not over on Earth Day. As soon as Earth Day was over, we had to take all these pots back to the university where they have to be washed and sanitized, and they get ready for the next round of seedlings to go to Hilltop Park. So it's a recycling process or a recurring process. This is the last slide. You can read the quote from Jocelyn. Jocelyn's in this photo to the left. And she's been putting in a lot of hours over the last year where she just joined us out of the blue, and she's had a very good experience. And I think her quote kind of captures, why we're all doing this and why we care that Hilltop Park is done well. And so happy Earth Day, everybody. I hope that you all had a good weekend, and you can join us next year, Saturday, April 15th, 2023, we'll be back at it at Lock Patton Park. All right, so I will stop sharing my screen and we'll check in with Tina Nieto, our police chief, see if we're ready to go on these two special presentations.
Hi, everybody. Can you see me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we see all
Okay,
of
I'm
you.
sorry, Mr. Mayor, because we can't see the screen. We have problems downstairs, so we're all upstairs shoved into my office. So the first award that I'd like to give is to Officer Francisca Tapia. And he received Officer of the Year for 2021.
Chief, before you go, Chief, I'm having trouble with echo. Is anybody else hearing the echo?
Hold your word.
If we all mute, you'll give her the chance to have less echo. I think.
I'm just gonna, don't ask me questions, I'm putting my volume down. Can you hear me? Just shake your head yes. And no echo, right? Okay, because I can't hear anything, so I can't see anything. So we're gonna just swing it. Don't turn me off. So, Mr. Mayor and all the council folks, our first award that we'd like to give is actually to Officer Francisco Tapia. He's our officer for 2021. Whereas Officer Francisco Tapia consistently demonstrated a superior work ethic and commitment and dedication to the Marina Police Department. And Officer Tapia identified crime trends in the city of Marina and surrounding cities, recognizing crime patterns, and uses his knowledge to engage in crime prevention efforts to disrupt criminals from victimizing community members, and utilizes discretionary patrol time to identify problems in the city and identifies problems to solve them using community policing strategies in furtherance of the mission of the police department. And when we talk about at Marina Police Department, community policing, it's a philosophy. It's not a tagline. It's what we do every day. It's working collaboratively with our communities to figure out the best way to keep the city of Marina safe. Mr. Tapia also became one of our defensive tactics instructor, and he assisted actually in revising the department's defensive tactics program along with his co-instructor. And he received praise when we got all the feedback from all the officers. He received praise for the class. And it was one of the things that we looked at when we looked at what can we do better in the city of Marina, and self-defense and de-escalation and identifying biases was one of the things that we took a look at, that Mr. Tapia has led the charge. Officer Tapia actions have brought credit upon himself and the police department, but to the city and the law enforcement profession as a whole. Therefore, this council does hereby confer its highest commendation for the manner in which Officer Tapia has performed his duties as a member of the Marina Police Department, with special thanks for his professionalism, dedication to duty, and to the members of the public. It is hereby ordered that he gets a certificate, but let me give you that, Mr. Tapia, and I have one other thing for you, and did I bring it up? And it's for you. Somebody reach behind, please. And one of the things that also for the Officer of the Year is Mr. Tapia has this badge that he gets to wear through the year that identifies him as Officer of the Year for the next year until we name the next officer. So
thank you, Chief.
Congratulations. Would you like to say?
I just want to say thank you to Chief, command staff, my peers for selecting me for such an honorable award. It's been a pleasure to serve the community of Marina, as well as the Marina Police Department. I'm very happy here. I'm very happy to work amongst all you guys. I'm happy to have this opportunity to be here in the first place. Thanks to you, Chief. And I'm excited to look forward to the growth of Marina and the Marina Police Department.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere. And you guys can give them their accolades after we unmute it, and so we don't get feedback. But the second award that we would like to give is to our professional staff of the year, and that's management analyst Rick Janicki.
Excuse me, Chief, we got the feedback.
Person of the year. And Rick was hired by the city of Marina in 1992 as a police officer and was promoted to lieutenant by the time he retired in 2011. We rehired him as a management analyst in March of 2012, and he's used his experience to help us with the administrative, the grant writing, and also he brings a historical knowledge and experience to his position. And so he was awarded this because one of the many jobs that Rick does is he does all the department's policies and procedures, working with Lexipol to make sure that they're up to date. He does our department awards program. He had to write his own award, actually. I think I made him do that. So, because that's his job. He does National Night Out. He does the department's annual report, and he does all the research and development programs if there's something that we're taking a look at as a department. Come on in. More the merrier. One of the reasons that Rick got the award is that we applied for 3 separate grants last year, and we got all 3 grants. And that was really due to Rick really identifying what the grant was. So Rick, again, brings credit upon himself in the police department. And so he's been named 2021 Support Services of the Year. And Rick, I'm going to hand you this award. And everybody clap. We're going to flip over and go to the mic and turn my volume back on. All right, can you guys hear me now without echo?
Yeah.
All right, I'll turn it back over to you, to Rick, and I'm going to mute now.
Great job, Tina. Rick, it's really special to have someone with the continuity and institutional knowledge you have, and you do everything with such a great attitude. Can do, get it done well with very friendly approach. It's wonderful to have you still with us, Rick, and I hope that you'll be with us quite a lot longer. And with Officer Francisco Tapia, it's sort of the other end of the spectrum. You haven't been here too long, but you're already at the top of your game, and we sure appreciate that and hope as well that you'll be here for the foreseeable future. We really appreciate having that kind of quality law officer throughout the department that you represent. Well, thanks to both of you. And Tina, good job scrambling with the change of venue that you had to do in the last minute there. Let's going to go to Commander Anderson, and then we'll go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
I would just like to echo many of the things that Chief said. I mean, we're very proud of our staff. They're doing such an amazing job on a daily basis, and I couldn't be happier. So congratulations to both Francisco Tapia and Rick Janicki, who's been with us for many years. He was here before me, and he's still here today. So it's always a pleasure to work with him, and congratulations to both of you.
Hey, Rick, do you have comment? Thank you very much, Commander Anderson. Let's go to Rick Janicki, and maybe that'll modify what Christina's going to say. Any words of wisdom?
I just want to thank everybody at the city. Gave me an opportunity at a time of growth. I've seen so much through the city. This award means a lot to me, especially because it comes from the department itself, and hearing your kind words, Mr. Mayor. And we've known each other for, I hate to say it, almost 30 years now. But this award is not just for me, but it's for the whole staff. We're a team, and that's how we operate. So without them, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. So thank you very much. It's a great honor.
And special thanks, Rick, for the recent Earth Day permit, which you do every year, but we couldn't have the event without it. We appreciate it. Thank you, Rick. Okay, let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Retired Officer Janicki, I enjoy reading your reports. So thank you very much. They're always very thorough, and don't leave a whole lot of questions unasked. You cover your bases very well. But looking at your 30+ years and Officer Tapia, Chief Nieto, how many years does Officer Tapia have with us?
Officer Tapia is going on he's got about 3 years. He's one of our newer officers that we've hired. We're very proud of him.
Well, my point is that we have a 30+ year veteran of our department and a relatively new officer. So, I mean, it speaks very highly to the very talents of our department. I'm extremely proud of every single one of them. Somebody said all the guys and the girls that are there in the photo. I'm extremely proud of all of you. I look forward to keeping you happy and serve as you serve our city with pride. whenever I see all of them, when I see them out and about, I personally feel very safe, and I love that they're reflective of our community. So, once again, I am very proud of every single one of them, the police that we have on staff and the commanders that lead them with their leadership. So I just want to say, let us know how we can keep you happy, and continue to keep Marina one of the, if not the only, fully staffed departments in the county. I just can't say enough how proud I am of and appreciate every single one of you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Okay, that's a great start to our meeting tonight. Thank you very much, Chief. As always, you do a great job with presentations, but tonight was a little bit different, kind of discombobulated before you started. Kathy, Mayor Pro Tem Biala, did you like to give some input?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it gives me chills when I see all of the uniformed officers in front of us all together, and it just makes me feel a sense of pride, and also feel safe and protected by all these very strong men and women up there. So thank you for that, Tina, sharing all of their presence with us. And when Officer Tapia said, he says, I love working with all of you guys and gals. I mean, that was a great statement, because only that sense of camaraderie and cohesion does anything really get done in the police force. So I love that statement, and I know it's true, and we have such a fabulous leader to make that kind of teamwork possible. So thank you, Chief Nieto.
All right. Really good start to the meeting. So now we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to go to the public to hear their communications. You each have up to 5 minutes, whatever's on your mind. If you have special events or announcements coming up, let's start with Michael Owen, and then we'll go to Sean Adams. When you can, Michael.
Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to mention that the Affordable Child Care Quality measure that Francine Rod, who runs First Five, hopes to get on the November ballot. The deadline to collect petition signatures is 27 May. I know 3 of the members of the council have already signed, and I hope the other 2 will forgive me for darkening their door once again sometime to see if they're ready to go. I had a really successful signature gathering on Sunday afternoon at a gathering for Don Addis, who's running for assembly over at Liz Berkeley's house. And so I was very supportive. Like, everybody there signed the petition. So just wanted to mention that it's, like, they hope to raise $55.5 million but in 10 years for this measure. And there's lots of information on the website. Switching gears, for the first 12 years of the Marina Tree Committee, founded in 1990, we had a really supportive, collaborative, respectful relationship with city staff and all the applicants. Starting with when the development of Fort Ord began, it changed, and it was more of a adversarial. The feeling I definitely got is that the tree committee was sort of a hindrance, or more of a problem, to the development of Fort Ord. Last night, when we met at Shea Homes to resolve the mitigation for the trees that were taken down, all of that changed. And I think there's an expression in the Army about, like, when somebody messes up, you go from hero to zero. So I'm pretty sure Shea Homes may have felt like that in the recent. And in my book, after last night, Shea Homes is definitely moving from zero to hero. You're going to get a lot more information about this at your study session on 10 May. But I'll just let you know, there's a group of us. Let's see, what do we call ourselves? The Hilltop Inspiration Thinking Forward Group. Hits Fiji. And we've been meeting for almost 2 months around the site to check things out. What we found out yesterday is that Shea Homes has almost put in a whole lot of extra work and both of us are working on the same solution. And it was so great to feel like we're helping the group, the group that's been really interested in saving trees. We got the definite feeling that we're helping, and we got the definite feeling that Shea Homes is like really trying to do above and beyond like what's required. So I just wanted to give kudos to the city manager, who I think started this off on 5 April when he mentioned something about the possibility of saving existing mature trees as mitigation for the ones that were taken out. And it looks like Shea Homes just took that ball and ran with it. And you're going to see fantastic results in your study session on 10 May. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, very much for that report. Let's go to Sean Adams.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Hi, Sean.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Bruce. My name is Sean Adams. I'm a homeowner here in Marina. I live on Salinas Avenue, which is Eastern Marina, where it intersects Reservation Road. And directly across the street from my house is, I would guess, to be 20 or 30 acres of undeveloped oak woodland that's zoned as open space. And it's been that way for a very long time. Unfortunately, it has been really left uncared for, and the homeless population has moved into this space and developed, several camps in this area. And we see them coming and going, and I became aware of them when I was riding my mountain bike or walking in those areas. And about a year and a half ago, I answered Bruce's call to do a trash pickup in that area. And we went over there and picked up maybe 3 construction dumpsters full of all sorts of garbage, everything from couches and chairs to the most vile stuff you can imagine. And it was quite an effort. And Bruce did a fantastic job. And I worked with him side by side, and we got to talking. And I said, Kelly Park in San Jose had the same issue where it was a city property and they had a homeless problem. And you know what they did? The local disc golf club came in and put in a course in that area, and it cleaned up the entire park and made a very lovely park for disc golf and walkers and dog walkers and outdoor enthusiasts to enjoy this area. And we could do the same thing here in Marina. And Bruce was very enthusiastic about it. And we marched forward with some ideas on how we could make that happen. We plotted out the course, we made a map. We worked with Fred Watson, who does some environmental analysis and reporting for the city of Marina and COCMB, to make sure we were staying away from any kind of endangered plants like the Monterey spine flower, for example, or Sangilia. And we answered all sorts of questions and mitigated a lot of concerns, parking, access, etc. And I think we've got a fantastic proposal for the city of Marina. It's something that doesn't cost the city a dime, but provides fantastic recreational opportunities for all sorts of adults and kids at no cost to the city, and also cleans up a pretty severe homeless problem in that area. I know we've got fantastic support from Christina Dirksen. Thank you, Christina. Also, Chief of Police Tina Nieto, and also Bruce. The project appears to be stuck on the city manager's desk, Lane Long, and this has been since last August of last year. We were held up pending approval of the city budget. He didn't want to look at it until that time, but it's been quite some time since then, and really it's been frustrating to be stalled for this long. And I'm here today, along with a few others on this call, to see what we can do to move this forward. And we very much appreciate your time, and thank you for thinking of us. And I'll be muted from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. And the city manager is not the bottleneck, but it's the city manager's workload that he has to make tough decisions on what he can address. He just can't address everything that we ask him to do, but he's doing his best, and maybe we'll hear from him later. But let's go to Nick Kite. Hello, Nick. Good evening.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I just want to also echo what Sean Adams is saying. We're here. I'm obviously a representative from the Monterey Stinging Jellies Disc Golf Club. We're here to help in this project any way we can with funding, volunteer hours, all that kind of stuff, even willing to agree to take over maintenance of the area, that kind of stuff. So we are here. I don't want to, just spend my 3 minutes talking exactly what Sean said, but just know we're eager to help. But I do want to come here today, still on the topic of disc golf, and just recap amazing event we had 2 weeks ago, the Junior Jelly, second annual Junior Jellies Disc Golf Day at Los Arboles here in the middle of Marina. We had 135 children attend the event. Families came from as far as Sacramento, San Luis Obispo, Hercules, all over the place to come. Kids got a free disc, a free shirt, lessons on disc golf, as well as tons of arts and crafts projects with support from Marina Youth Arts, including our new favorite art project, the little art truck, which was painted on and colored on by a whole bunch of kids, and it looks awesome. You'll see it driving around Marina. We'll hope to have it at some more events soon, like Dad's Read and National Night Out. Also want to thank the CSUMB disc golf team for helping us out with that event. We had 75 kids last year, so 135 kids was excellent. Hopefully next year we can get even more. Also, thank you to the City of Marina for allowing us to have this event. Another topic I'm here to speak on today is Marina Youth Arts Utility Box Project. Just want to remind people of deadlines coming up. You can find more info at marinayouthArts.org/utility box. This is for the kids to submit artwork to be vinyl wrapped on the utility boxes here around the city. And then the last thing I want to speak about today is Habitat for Humanity Monterey Bay does have a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house coming up available here in the city of Marina for a lucky family. You can find out more info. You would have to be a household of 2, 3, or 4 people. Information's at habitatmontereybay.com/applications. And for the house in Marina, there is an orientation coming up, a Zoom orientation, May 10th at 6 p.m. So if you know any low-income families that are looking to purchase a home with help from Habitat for Humanity, this is a good program. And that's pretty much it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nick, for offering up your newly white painted truck for kids to paint all over it and turn it into that art piece you talked about.
It's fun.
That is unique. Thank you, Nick. Okay, let's go to Tommy Bolea. Hello, Tommy. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, about the Habitat for Humanity. I mean, I actually use some of it. I shop there in Fort Ord or Seaside, wherever you want to call it. I mean, I bought a dishwasher, stainless steel inside and out. It looked brand new to me. $24, got it on sale for $12. Took it home, it didn't work. I had it plugged in wrong. It worked. That place works. I get all my material there. If I can't buy it, if I don't need it new, I go there. It works great. And the rebuttal about the cleanup off of Salinas Road. Yeah, I ride through there on my mountain bike. I see things I don't really like to see, but it's there. I'll leave it at that. But that would make a nice park. I know you're talking about schools, but what I'm seeing in Marina is kids are being brought to Marina, driven to Marina from other cities, and the kids are dropped off in our schools. So that's what I'm seeing. So I'm going to do a little investigation to figure out how many kids are actually coming to Marina and the ones that don't actually live here. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I went to the Earth Day event. I thought it was great. I was surprised to what was available for food. My diet's changed over the pandemic. I couldn't believe the food that was served. Most perfect. And the music was great. But after I rode there on my bike, and then I went to Marina Beach just to do my Earth thing on my bike. I took a picture of something that I don't even want to describe in this meeting. But only first question is, who owns Marina Beach? I guess that's the first question, because I want to give this photo to somebody. I didn't even know this thing was in this photo because it was so glaring so much from the sun. I didn't know what I took until I got home. So I want to give that picture to somebody, but somebody needs to tell me where to direct it and who owns Marina Beach. Property tax. I guess one of the council, Dirksen, brought her property tax. I think we should all bring our property tax and have a little revolt or a little discussion about it. But I'll keep it short here. But property tax was invented during World War II. That's where that came from. It's a war initiative, and it's still here today. Count all the wars after World War II. And look where we're at today, Ukraine. Hopefully, I pray that nothing happens there. The water bill, somebody mentioned a $79,000 water bill. Is that per month? And does that include watering, taking care of all the construction that's going in Marina and feeding all the schools in the fields, the green fields? And I guess the other, thank you for the police and fire. They're doing a good job. But the fire at California Reservation, I just happened to roll up on that. And that fire was getting out of control. I didn't know anything about the fire hydrant failing that was discussed in the other meeting. But if that fire hydrant would have failed, the second one, and that fire would have got out of hand, I guess I'm leading to the next question is, do we have any fire apparatus or vehicles or training of personnel to fight a fire if that fire would have skipped into those oak trees? The wind was, thank God it wasn't one of those windy days. It very well could have. And I happened to roll up on the fire on 2nd Avenue where the ladder truck pulled up. And that was a high power voltage line on the ground. They couldn't put water on it because they had to shut off the power. That could have really turned into a big situation. That ladder truck I'm following up on. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tommy. Let's go to Greg Fury. Good evening, Greg.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, a couple of things. I wanted to extend a kudos to the Marina Garden Club. We went on their tour on Sunday and they did another terrific job. It had been a while since we'd been on one, but there were a lot of volunteers and a couple of really, well, all of them were really great opportunities to look at creative ways people have invested in their landscaping, a lot of native plants, a lot of drought tolerant plants, but very, very creative and really good experience. Also, I wanted to echo what Sean had said about the property on Salina Street. I walk dogs there 4 or 5 times a week, and you don't want to step off that street into that open space very far because there's some of the most unfortunate things you'll ever see in an area like that. It's really disgusting. It's very unsanitary, and I was going to say to Sean, don't give up hope. It takes 10 times longer than you ever think when you're trying to get something done in any government situation. And remember that Black Horse bayonet was designed on a cocktail napkin in a bar by a general that served at Fort Ord. So don't give up hope. I'm sure it'll happen. I also wanted to bring something up. I was informed by a friend of mine who's a department head at Cal State Monterey Bay that there was a recent formal dinner at Spanish Bay for Eduardo Ochoa, who in my opinion may have been the best, he's outgoing president, may have been the best president of any university, state or University of California in the state. I think he did incredible things with the university, especially for anybody that's lived here for a while and seen where it started, how it stumbled through growth, and what he did, the programs he brought on board, and the reputation he's developed for the university. I know that a lot of us years ago talked about, including the mayor, about bridging gaps and developing relationships with the community is a very important asset for Marina. This friend of mine, and this is not a pleasant subject, but it's something that needs to be said. apparently the plate, it was $195 plate dinner. I believe the city probably paid all the city. I think there were city staffs there from elected officials from other cities. And so it is an opportunity to see and be seen. It's essentially, there's protocols. I guess I would analogize it to a diplomat's dinner. And Mr. Mayor, you were the topic of conversation from some of the California state employees, staff, because apparently showed up there in a relatively unkempt appearance and then proceeded to eat banquet food of the highest caliber with your hands. And then went over and dumped your glass. And the only description I had from my friend was there were people there that perceived that you were either had too much to drink, were drinking far too much, or may have been stoned. They didn't know. But I was just going to say, and I don't mean to be petty, but these kinds of opportunities, you're representing the city, you're representing all of us. And there is a protocol, there is a professionalism attached to it. And I think even though the people on council are volunteers and put a tremendous amount of time in, there is a professional level of etiquette that should always be observed, always, especially in situations like that. Beyond that, thank each of the council members for your time and dedication, including you, Mr. Mayor, and continued success in the future.
Thank you very much, Greg. We'll take a moment or two, let anyone else raise their hand to speak if you haven't spoken yet. And we got Robin McCrae. Hello, Robin. Go ahead when you're ready. We might be having technical difficulties on Robin's end. So keep trying, Robin, to unmute yourself. Okay. Robin, I'm sorry we're not able to hear you. That does happen on occasion. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Robin, I hope that what you have to say, you can maybe tell us at our next meeting. So let's answer the questions that came up. Tommy asked who owns Marina Beach, and that is the state parks owns the Marina State Beach, and they also own the Florida Dunes State Beach. The $79,000 water bill, Christina, was that something that you brought up at our last meeting?
Yes, I don't know if that was the total. If you give me a moment. It's in the council packets. I don't believe it was $75,000. It's probably more in the realm of 20 to 30,000, possibly. I think it had some special watering areas.
Is that a monthly bill or what kind of bill was that? Remember?
Yes, I'm the one who brings them up, the water bills and the electricity bills.
So was that a monthly bill?
Yeah.
Was his question. Okay, and then for what services?
I don't have it handy in front of me since it was the last one, and I usually keep the registry here, but it would have been water, Marina Coast Water District.
All right. Do you have any information on that? Was it citywide bill or do you know?
It's a city bill. If you give me a moment, I'll go check the registry.
All right, and then Fire Chief Doug McCowan, do we have the capacity to address wild brush fires, wild fuel fires?
Yes, we have a Type 3 engine that we use, which is an off-road four-wheel drive you've seen. And, with our mutual aid agreements and everything. For example, we had that 50-acre fire out at the airport because it's been about a year or so ago now, that we had. So the answer to that question is yes, we do have the capabilities to address those fires.
Doug, you might find it interesting that where the bulldozer lines were around that airport fire are the best wildflowers in the area this year. So they liked that disturbance. It's pretty interesting.
I know the university's actually approached us for maybe doing some control burn. There's a lot of moving parts.
Oh, UC Invest, UC Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be a hot one. Okay. All right. Christina, did you get your answer or do you want us to come back to you? All right. Well,
right.
maybe you could, go ahead, Christina.
I usually have it handy, but I was studying
okay.
it and I put it somewhere.
That's all right.
But that's fine.
Maybe we can get a hold of Tommy later. We know how to get a hold of Tommy. All right. So now let's go to council members for announcements, comments that you'd like to make at this time. Christina, your hand's up. Was that for something new?
It was for an announcement.
Go ahead.
Okay, I would like to let everyone know that the city is having a celebration of life for Terry Segrest, our former director of Recreation and Cultural Services, who passed away in December. It's going to happen May 21st from 11:30 to 2 at Vince DiMaggio Park. We'll have music by DJ John Upshaw and Marina's band Rosewood. There will be free food, hot dogs, hamburgers. The Hindu Temple of the Monterey Peninsula will be helping with that. We'll also be having memories, little known facts about Terry. Don't know if I'm letting cat out of the bag here, but he was in a band and he toured with a band that was pretty well known. We're going to have a slideshow courtesy of Nick Kite, and the city sponsoring this, as well as some other sponsors such as the Marina Foundation at Shea Homes. And this has been a volunteer effort putting this together. So we'll have a program. All are invited. Bring a chair, bring a blanket, bring your memories, and bring your families. The other thing I wanted to mention was Dad's Read is happening this weekend, I believe, at the Marina Library. We've had, this is a once a month activity. It's going to be a full plate of activities. I wanted to give a shout out to Marina Youth Arts for having Moana recently showcase the talents of our students. That was a production of Moana led by Kelly Pelton, and deep collaboration with the school district. I also just want two more things is to talk a little bit. Mr. Fury mentioned the Innovator Award, which I attended. I didn't see you eating with your hands, Mayor. It was a really wonderful event. The very first, one of the first presidents, Smith, was there, and that was a really nice opportunity to make some connections and really understand about how our history here is entwined and what happened, what Sam Farr did, what Leon Panetta did, and what Eduardo Ochoa, who's also leaving us, have done to really create a gem of a university. So while there had been some concerns that you as taxpayers paid for it, I want to say thank you, because it was well worth having Marina represented, making contacts and letting people know that Marina supports the university. The last thing I would like to mention is please get COVID. Be careful with COVID, please. The Weekly has a story that it's on the rise, and unfortunately, I have COVID right now with my family. Rebounding from it is difficult, and I really urge caution for everyone. You think you're out of the woods. I'm boosted and vaccinated, but we really have to be very careful about this. So I just want to give a word of caution to please don't let your guards completely down. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the month of May is the Asian American Pacific Islander Month, AAPI, and so I wanted to continue to give you some information about the events that are happening. The next one will be Friday, May 13th from 6 to 7:30 at Chautauqua Hall in Pacific Grove. And a well-known author, Sandy Leiden, local author who wrote some history books, is speaking, and the title is They Came Across the Sundown Sea, Honoring the Chinese Pioneers and Their Legacy on the Shores of Monterey. The next evening, the next day, Saturday, May 14th, is the Walk of Remembrance, commemorating the Chinese immigrants whose fishing village was burned to the ground. And there is an excellent walk that begins at the Pacific Grove Museum, and you walk to the Hopkins Marine Station, which is where the original Point Alones fishing village was. And walkers will be carrying large photographs of the faces of the original Chinese immigrants. And that event is sponsored by the Pacific Grove Museum of Natural History, the Coalition for Asian Justice, the Hopkins Marine Laboratory, and the City of Pacific Grove. So I hope that people will attend those events. It's very educational and gives us a sense of history of some of the Asian Americans in the region. I also attended the gala event honoring retiring President Ochoa, and also Julia Packard, who was the founder and the benefactor for our amazing Monterey Bay Aquarium. And I did some very important networking, and I want to say that all of us there represented the city very well. And I want to say that I'm disappointed about the personal comments about our mayor, who was very well dressed and very appropriate and was very friendly and outreaching to important people and any of the attendings there. So I think we did as someone described it as the diplomatic relations and represented our city. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. I wanted to extend kudos to the Garden Club, the Marina Tree and Garden Club, for putting on a great, every 2 years, garden club after COVID. That's their first time back. I was able to go to several homes for quite a while and talk to the people. I saw an amazing moss garden. I saw an amazing underwater garden. It was just great. It was so beautiful, the different homes that were part of this garden club. I also wanted to mention that on May 7th, we have the first ever home game of a professional soccer team called the Monterey Bay Union, the Monterey Bay Football Club. They'll be playing at the CSUMB's Freeman Stadium, to which they've invested many millions of dollars. And their first home game is May 7th at 7 p.m. It seats 4,500 people. Now that it's been remodified, it's going to seat 6,000 people later this year. But let's get out there and support, our first ever professional soccer team. They travel to Louisiana, Maine, Las Vegas. It's a nationwide United Soccer League. And we have Monterey Bay playing LA and Los Angeles, and the Las Vegas Lights. Las Vegas Lights will be their opponent on May 7th. And they're real reasonable tickets. So hope that a lot of people go to support our first ever soccer club. I had a great time at that dinner that folks are talking about. It was like a walk down memory lane to talk to Peter Smith, who was the first president of 3 that they've had so far at CSU Monterey Bay. Some of the deans, Marsha Moreau was there. Some of the chairs of the department, such as Bill Head, founding member, was there. Great to see these people and talk to them. Had a great conversation with Sylvia and Leon Panetta. Great conversation with Edward Archoa, meeting his sons, and of course his wife Holly. All around, it was a wonderful evening. And as others have mentioned, I learned a lot. We learned a lot. There was a lot of talk about the history since the 60s of our region, trying to get universities, first at UC in the 60s and 70s, and then a state university, both of which had to overcome a lot of obstacles. There was a lot of mention of the Florida Abuse Authority, a couple of mentions of Marina, and I took a lot of notes and learned a lot. Talked to Helen Rucker and Ruthie Watts, who are African-American leaders in Seaside. I went home really happy that I had attended. I wasn't really looking forward to it that much, but after I was there, it was just a great event. First dinner I've worn a suit and tie to. It was not a formal event advertised, but it was optional. But it felt good to dress up for a change since COVID, and the food was great. Just all around, it was a wonderful evening. Sunday, May 8th, from 10 a.m. till noon, we have our next volunteer litter cleanup, community cleanup on Lapis Road. So Sunday, May 8th, meet at 10 a.m. at the southern junction of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard, about a half mile north of Beach Road roundabout on Del Monte Boulevard. So come on out to that. And every Saturday, we continue having 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Hilltop Park preparation days. And we do a lot at the Oak Woodland and the community garden there outside the Marina Library. So just show up, park in the library parking lot, find the garden shed just past the playground. And you can do a lot of different things related to native plants and growing food. So I hope people continue to come out for that. All right, so we'll move on now to our consent agenda. Does any member of the public have anything on the consent agenda that they would like to pull? Let's ask Denise Turley first. Go ahead, Denise.
Hi, thank you. Not that I saw, and thank you for letting me have a comment.
All right, thank you, Denise. So we'll close that public comment there and ask the council, same thing. Does anyone have anything that they would like pulled or a brief question or comment? We'll go to Christina first.
Since there was a question on our water bill, I just want to bring it to the attention that this month's Marina's water bill was $8,064.
All right. So someone like to make a motion regarding our consent agenda? Go ahead, Councilmember Burnett.
Yes, I'd like to motion that we approve the consent agenda as specified.
A second to David's motion? I'll second it. All right, so let's have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett.
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. We move to a public hearing item regarding the Phase 1B tentative map out at the dunes of Monterey Bay. And that'll include a public hearing. Lane, who would like to start us off with that?
Guido will handle that item.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we have Brad from RGS Consulting here. He's been the contract planner along with Steve Flynn, so we're just going to pass it off to him.
Okay, Brad, let's move you over so we can see you and hear you. Go ahead, Brad, and take it away and welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Brad Evanson. I'm with RGS Regional Government Services, and Steve Flint and I have been assisting the Community Development Department on several different projects in the dunes. And with this one, this is an amendment to the tentative map for Phase 1B of the dunes. And with your permission, I'll go ahead and start the slideshow. So,
thank you, Brad.
Let's see, where is it? There we go. There. All right. This is again an amendment to the Phase 1B tentative map. For a little background, let me move this thing out of the way. MCP proposed amendments to the previously amended 2008 tentative map for the dunes at Monterey Bay to better accommodate current economic trends and development patterns. The proposed amendments before you tonight would create a 36-lot subdivision, which would consist of a mix of residential and commercial lots, private common lots, open space, and public streets. On April 14th, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution finding the project exempt from CEQA and recommending that the City Council approve the proposed amended tentative map. For a little background, the UVSP, the University Villages Specific Plan, was approved in May of 2005. And it included the village's promenade and town square areas that are in Phase 1B. Again, on October 2008, the City Council certified an addendum to the EIR for the specific plan, amended the tentative map and the conditions of approval, and revised the site plan for Phase 1B. In December 2019, the Council approved an operating agreement for the dunes on Monterey Bay, affecting the terms of the UVSP, the development agreement, and the schedule of performance and the project performance. For regional context, the dunes specific plan, it guides the development of the former Fort Ord Army Base, And it's bounded by Highway 1, CSUMB, City of Seaside, and then it also to the north and south of Imgen Parkway from Highway 1 east to California Avenue. As you can see in this image, the dunes is being developed in phases. Phase 1 is approaching completion. And with that, you can see the breakdown of the phases. It's been split to facilitate development. The specific plan does provide for flexibility in response to shifts in market demand. And that's what's proposed here. The promenade occupies the northerly portion of Phase 1B between First and Second Avenues.
Has been scheduled for 6 months. Starfleet is relying on your mediation efforts.
Councillor, this is not watch this bowl. These are very hot.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing other talking.
Ooh, no, that's good.
Didn't he? Yeah.
Okay. Not sure what that was, but all right. So again, Phase 1B, the promenade is the northerly portion of Phase 1B between First and Second Avenues, north of 9th Street. And the proposed amendment, the property lines shown in the amended tentative map have been adjusted to accommodate commercial, retail, live, work, and residential units. The existing parcels have been adjusted to contribute to private streets and open space areas, the maintenance of which would be incorporated into the commercial property owners association. An existing remainder parcel has been divided to create the linear park street right of way and the adjoining parcels. You can see here, this is the existing tentative map, and you can see fairly nice and even blocks. You can see some of the areas for the right of way. And with this amendment here, you can see mainly a lot of the parcels have been reshaped. Here's the linear park, but generally the overall layout remains fairly consistent with what was previously done. The project grading concept has not changed substantially. The site grading will accommodate the proposed site plan. The street sections have been adjusted to reflect the existing road conditions within the site. All the sections will be designed in accordance with the adopted specific plan concepts. The improvement plans will be submitted, reviewed, and approved separately from this tentative map amendment. Under the regulatory context, the Marina General Plan, there are several policies within the general plan that are applicable here. Policy 4.62, ensuring that retail personal service areas north of 8th Street are developed such that the Greenway serves as a central focus and core of the retail center. Policy 4.63 also establishes that public parking should be provided on a consolidated basis. Policy 4.64 ensures that the University Villages is intended to provide for shopping and housing needs generated by CSU MB campus, as well as to meet other community housing and commercial needs. The multiple use district within the UVSP, create a village promenade and village square framed by storefronts, awnings, landscaping, created an environment where people are comfortable walking and spending time, bring the people in there, create plazas and other outdoor seating areas. Those should be provided to create gathering places for residents and visitors in order to enhance the village atmosphere. And in order to create the most desirable community possible, again, there needs to be some flexibility in the development parameters, which is provided for in the specific plan. It allows for shifts in market demand, or allows to accommodate shifts in market demand. The parameters for this flexibility within the specific plan are detailed in this section of the specific plan. Submittals for these adjustments shall be made to the City of Marina, and determinations made at the administrative level by the UVSP project manager. The tentative map may deviate from the specific plan in boundaries and parcels and lot acreage without needing an amendment to the specific plan if the total gross acreage of the development area does not change by more than 10% of an increase or decrease of the original gross acreage as approved under the specific plan. And the last part of this, chapter 16.08 of the municipal code, for tentative maps, the Planning Commission shall hold a public hearing, review the proposed tentative map and staff report, and forward a report to the City Council stating whether the tentative map is in conformity with provisions of law in this chapter, and shall recommend conditions as necessary and findings as required by the Subdivision Map Act. And this was accomplished by the Planning Commission on April 14th. In terms of CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, again, in May 2005, the City Council adopted Resolution 2005-127, certifying the final EIR for the University Villages project. At that time, the council made findings and determinations, adopting a statement of overriding considerations and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Marina Planning Division staff has determined that any potential impacts that the subject project may generate will be sufficiently mitigated by the measures adopted as part of the University of Villages EIR, and therefore no additional mitigation measures are required. The April 14th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission did recommend that the City Council find that the project is exempt from further review under CEQA, and that the council approve the proposed amended tentative map for Phase 1B of the Dunes on Monterey Bay, subject to findings and conditions of approval. And the recommended motion would be that the City Council find the project to be consistent with the environmental impact report certified for the UVSP, and adopt a resolution approving the Phase 1B tentative map amendments subject to the findings and conditions provided in the draft resolution. And with that, staff's available if you have questions.
All right, thank you very much, Evan. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was a great report, Brad. I appreciate it. The staff report was very clear. In the report, it indicated that the Planning Commission's public hearing, there were some questions that were asked that were out of the scope of the project. Just wondering, is it possible where there are these items on the council's agenda that maybe a copy of the Planning Commission's minutes from that meeting could be included in our packet? I'm just, as an old commissioner, I'd like to know what kinds of questions, what kinds of discussion was had prior to this item being voted on.
I will defer to the Community Development Director to assess how possible that is given the timing of everything, but I would think Guido can answer that.
Yeah, certainly. We actually just hired a administrative assistant, and she's getting up to speed. So absolutely, moving forward, we could have those minutes in the packet for City Council.
Yeah, not for every council meeting, but for something where we're doing map approvals and things like that. I think it might be helpful to get a context of what actually went on.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, were you at the meeting? Were you at the Planning Commission meeting?
Yes.
Yes, I was. Yes, we both were.
Okay, was it well attended, sparsely attended?
A normal Planning Commission meeting in Marina.
Okay.
So
I know exactly what that means. Okay.
So
all right, that was my question. Great report. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evanson, for the presentation. I just would like a little bit more information about the proposed tentative map amendments, particularly number 4 and number 7. When we're taking a look at the parcels having been adjusted and added, can you speak to whether the what exactly was parcels have been added for private streets, open space areas to exist with amended commercial association? What exactly, what type of amendments were there? What was adjusted? And does it also speak to those parcels needed parking? And then on my number 7 was the right of way, allowing entryway into the town square. Were they narrowed? Were they widened? And is it able to accommodate our public safety vehicles, such as our fire trucks?
Yes, Councilmember Christina, this is the map was modified. The street rights of way were reviewed thoroughly by Public Works staff to ensure that they met all the criteria for emergency vehicle access as appropriate and that sort of thing. In terms of I'm sorry, I forget the earlier question you were asking about which lot lines were amended. There were several lot lines that were amended, if that was.
No, number 4 was having to do with the parcels having been adjusted and added for private streets. Just wanting to know if what that encompassed and if there was the tie-in to the parking. Parking added, parking deleted. How did it? Were any parking spaces modified?
Let me go ahead and share my screen again to kind of give a little bit more detail of this, or at least a visual comparison. Let's see, here we go. All right. Okay, this screen right now, this is the existing layout of the parcels. And generally at this stage, the parcels are really kind of blocky and like non-detailed in terms of if you look at the lots along here, these lots are designed to accommodate the roadway and some on-street parking. Without having the conceptual improvement plans, I can't really state exactly how much parking was anticipated there. Here you can see where some of the larger block parcels were subdivided into smaller ones to accommodate different housing types that were going to be added. You can see where some of it's pulled back to add additional on-street parking. I think some of the parking along here, if I remember correctly, was to be done diagonally instead of parallel. So these are some of the types of amendments or changes to the map, but basically the concept really remains the same. Parking generally should remain the same. When we get down to actually having the formal improvement plans, we'll be able to assess that. There are criteria and formula within the specific plan and the Marina Municipal Code that establish how much parking is to be provided based on the split of the land uses. So that'll be something when the improvement plans are submitted by the Marina Community Partners team to the Community Development Department and Public Works Department to review. That's when we'll get a chance to make sure that they are providing everything they're supposed to provide and that everything checks out. But in terms of the tentative map stage, what this does really is establish the general division of land, the breakdown, and ensuring that the division of land by use is generally consistent throughout the document, throughout the planning area, which we have determined that it is. So I hope that addressed what you were looking for.
It does. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Kathy Biala, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to go back to the same map amendments, number 7, from a different perspective. When we talk about the entry is going to be realigned and narrowed to promote a more friendly pedestrian access, I know that we had originally seen plans for these linear parks where they're kind of like medians, but they're sort of longer parks. So if this is a reference to that piece, and how much more narrow is it? And I'd like to actually physically see where this occurs, like where is the narrowing? If you can show us the actual, the linear parks where they were and maybe how they've changed to accommodate better pedestrian access.
Sure, let me go ahead and pull that up again. Okay, with the existing lot layout, was a little
Brad,
bit. Yes.
I think you page 20 of the staff report, I think, can answer that question a little clearer.
Okay, let me find that real quick. Sorry, page 20 of the staff report. I'm not seeing.
It's actually under section, what is this, 9, 9A, and then it's page 20 of section 9A. It's the attachment with the maps, the fold-out section, if you have a printed copy.
And while he's pulling that up, what the map shows is typically the linear park now is 70 feet wide. And that 70 feet wide starts on where the big roundabout is at the Veterans Hospital. South of that is 70 feet wide, but then between that roundabout and the town square, that linear park has been narrowed to 50 feet wide. And part of it is to accommodate, as the staff report talks about, wider sidewalks for pedestrian access and to allow the retail to have a little bit larger lots to suffice with the retail. And so on that map on page 20, you can see it has the linear park 15.5 feet. 50.5 is the width of that. So that's 20 feet narrower, but there's still a lot of 50 feet is plenty for the 12-foot path down the middle, lots of open space still. But that remainder went to enlarging those retail lots and the sidewalks next to those retail lots.
Yeah, so there was like a little bit of a trade-off there then in order to give more commercial space so that it wouldn't be feeling quite so cramped. And yet,
correct.
So we decreased it, but there was some gain to it as well.
Correct.
Okay, and so those 50 feet of linear parks, what goes on them? Is it just landscaping with trees or something, or is there?
Yes, that it is to be meandering sidewalk, some turf, ground cover, some trees.
Are there benches or anything like that? So it would be like a park feeling, or is that too narrow?
No, I believe that's supposed to be included in there, just obviously lengthwise along it, like you find in a lot of the other linear parks that you hear about, like the Green Line in New York, Las Ramblas in Barcelona, things like that.
I've never seen a linear park, so I'm not sure what that means, but if it's still like a park setting and you're not just going to have landscaping, but you have some kind of ability to sit and be part of nature in that little space. That's kind of what I'm hearing. I don't have a picture in my head.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an opportunity to do that. I mean, again, it is, as a linear park, it's not a traditional park where there's wide open space to do that. But the idea is that, yes, it is within an urban setting. It is a almost just like a environment within itself, within that urban setting, that gives you that ability to escape the urban environment and get into the natural environment. So there aren't going to be like active recreation opportunities, like anything like that. But yeah, there would be opportunities to sit and enjoy the nature and that sort of thing.
Okay. Be nice to have a visual of that, but I'll take your word for it that there's still enough space left.
Yeah, well, as mentioned earlier, this is just for the tentative map. The improvement plans will be submitted separately. But again, we have worked closely, community development, public works, and the Marina Community Partners team to ensure that the revised tentative map does still meet the intent of providing the linear park within the university specific plan. So.
Okay, great. Yeah, because you have two sides, facing inward on it. And so I think that's going to be a very key part to really look at the design. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Looking at that same map, the linear park is 50.5 feet wide, down, I guess, from 70 feet. Is that correct, Lane? From 70 to 50.5?
Yes, that's correct.
Where it's 50.5, it's got live work to the west, and it has live work and a retail to the east. So the reason for, in that stretch, which is north of the south access road, is the reason for that to give more retail and residential space and less park space?
It was to provide some additional parking space and additional space for honestly both types of uses. As market demand was looked at and what type of services, what type of product was going to be seen as viable for the area, that triggered a idea to amend it to shape the lots better to accommodate the different land use improvement types. And I would defer more to the Marina Community Partners team when they have their opportunity to comment, to explain more in detail the type of product they were looking at and what specifics they were looking at. But generally, yes, it was to accommodate the revised product mix for this area.
Okay, yeah, I'll ask them in just a moment. That's a good idea. Now, south of the south access road, the park, linear park, goes up to 60.5 feet. So it's down about 9.5 feet from 70, but there's only residential on both sides. So my question there is, did we decrease the linear park width so that we could increase the residential square footage?
I don't think that was done specifically to increase the square footage there. I think it was decreased more along the retail to provide for more sidewalk opportunity, frontage opportunity along the retail to encourage pedestrian retail activity there, in addition to the ability to go ahead for the linear park aspect.
Well, in that stretch, there is no retail. It's 100% residential on both sides.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been looking at the other area where it's the live work stuff.
What we talked about earlier, where it's 50.5, where it's 60.5, it's 100% residential.
Yes, that is 100% residential.
So if we were going to increase the sidewalk width, why didn't we decrease the residential width instead of decreasing the park width?
I believe, and my recollection was that was done to try and preserve the original, as much of the original intent as possible of the linear park, which was anticipated to be originally closer to 70 feet in width.
Right, that's my point. So if the original intent was 70 feet, but we wanted better sidewalk, why didn't we decrease the residential width instead of decreasing the park width?
Mr. Mayor, Edry has his hand up, and I'm wondering if he has a comment.
Probably would, yes.
Sure, go ahead, Edry. Thank you. Lisa, I didn't see that.
Sure, I can answer a little bit more. It's twofold. One is the model type. So the model type that was introduced in 2003 for that specific corridor along the park, the depth was it was inadequate for the need and for the current market. The other is that access to the back ends of the model types requires more right-of-way, so there's access on the back end and pedestrian access from the front. So in order to put all the amenities in and to gain access, have the access alleyways also in the back, the linear park had to shrink from 70 to 60.
So when you talk about market, it seems to me that if you reduce the width of the residential, you reduce the price, the marketability. And so it becomes even more affordable. What am I missing?
Again, I would defer back to Marina Community Partners, but I suspect that the idea was that the demand is for a larger product that does need the space that Edry was referring to have the access along the back and the pedestrian access along the front. That
I can see
to go to a smaller product to preserve the park width would have it would not have allowed the type of product that Marina Community Partners envisions as being in demand.
Right, and I could understand if it's less demand. If it's more demand, it's higher price. If it's less demand, it's lesser price. But if it was something that we agreed on long ago, and now we're changing it, we need to make sure the city wins as much as the developer wins. So let's bring in Don or Doug. We'll bring you both over so I can ask you a couple of questions. Maybe other council members want to ask questions too. But I'm just moving you both over. So maybe start with Don. Why are we giving up park space? What does the city get out of it so that it's a win-win?
Good evening. Hopefully you guys can all hear me. And Doug can fill you guys in a little bit more on some of the history of this. It has a long history, but it comes down to Mayor Bruce. That is the same product that is going to be built on 10th Street up above. There are a total of 7 different floor plans and individual products here. And so, in order for the project to work, there has to be some standardization to some degree of this. And so there's only a total of 84 units within the promenade, residential units within the promenade. And so that's how we generally arrived at this. And so I will tell you that you seem to be marking to the 70-foot width. And so that the 70-foot width in the linear park was established back in phases 2 and 3 when we amended the map for phase 2, or I'm sorry, when we entered into the operating agreement. And that 70-foot width was never set for phase 1A or 1B, this area. So this has always been in flux. It seems that you're trying to measure a standard to the 70 feet, which was never set for this area. And from that, I'll let Doug sort of take over and maybe describe some of the history and what happened here.
Yeah, okay, so in your explanation, Doug, I thought we heard it was 70 feet and then it was reduced. But if we misheard, please correct that.
Yeah, as Mr. Hofer mentioned, Mr. Mayor, there has never been a standard set for the width of the street north of the 9th Street promenade. There is suggestions, a specific plan and illustrations, but the actual setting in a tentative map or setting in a approvals has actually varied quite significantly over the years, from 2005 approval, 2008 approval, 2012 approvals. The width of the street or the linear park in the middle, the streets varied fairly significantly, particularly as you narrow down to where the Village Square is on the north end of that park. There were several approvals in the past that were very narrow. This tentative map and this approval and the site plan that was approved as part of the SADRA, the Site and Architectural Design Review approvals, did actually that width of that linear park was widened from the previous approvals and was actually accommodating that very specifically at the request of staff, accommodating the path down the middle, but also allowing for parking and bike paths on the street and wider sidewalks, particularly the boardwalk on the western side. So there's all of these various constraints. I don't believe there's necessarily any accommodation or adjustment to make the residential larger than was contemplated before. And so at one time, and again, this is the time period now where residential is really, coming forward very specifically, more so than in the past. And whereas a number of the approvals in the past were relating to commercial, some originally to residential, but it has been a while, obviously, since those have come forward. And so there's trying to balance. This design is balancing a number of factors of use, and I think it provides and accommodates a lot of different factors of use.
Doug, and Mayor Bruce, I'd like to add one additional item to that. So the map that was approved previously that staff put up was generated shortly after, I want to say, probably in the 2008 timeframe, maybe right before that. And the concept at that time was that the linear parks, as they approach the town square, so right there on what's on the, it's not on the screen now, but the area just south of the town square between what you guys were seeing were the two retail buildings, considerably narrowed in the previous plans. And so I think the park in that area got down to like 10 feet wide in the last approved map that was passed through and approved by the city. And the idea at the time was that there was a lot of concern coming from the retail market that if there was a large gap in the retail store frontage across this linear park, that the retail would lose its energy. And so people that were shopping or in the area would not cross the linear park to get to the retail on the other side. And so when you look at the way the street is actually constructed today, we constructed the street in this area previously when we built the cinema. That whole linear park came to a very narrow point. And so this plan actually widens that out. So we've gone back to this 50.5 feet right adjacent to the town square park. And so remember that whole linear park that goes all the way through phase 3 and comes all the way to the north and terminates here in the town square. We'll no longer have that narrowing effect that happens right here in the retail area. So while I think you've sort of focused on the 60 feet, I guess I'd like to point out, this plan provides a much greater connection to the town square park with a much wider aperture there.
Right.
So hopefully, I don't know, hopefully there's a balance there.
Thank you, Don. I have another question that's unrelated to that. But before I ask an unrelated question, Lisa, did you have a question on this point?
Yeah, I do. It's just a general question regarding the retail, especially in light of post-COVID. Have you all done any kind of market study or anything to determine what type of retail you'll actually have in there? Because my recollection was at one point we were talking more like doctor's offices and or grocery stores, like a real mix of things. And so I'm wondering if you've got a sense, either A, if you have planned tenants already, or B, if you really have done the necessary due diligence to get a sense post-COVID of who would move into that space.
We've been working for years on retail, and COVID, you're right, Councilmember Berkeley, was a tremendous pivot point for retail and for us on this project. As part of the already approved SADRA application, the architecture for these buildings includes, for the retail buildings, includes considerable outdoor space. So we have pretty generous patios on each one of these buildings. And in fact, building D, which is just south of Blaze Pizza right now, has 2 patio areas. And so we're in the specific plan, one of the goals that Brad talked about in his presentation is making this a comfortable area for pedestrians, for people to be able to experience. And so we saw COVID as kind of a challenge in a sense, but also a way that we could make this area even better, right? More special. So when it comes to, some of these outdoor spaces, opportunities to sit and enjoy, to feel like there maybe is a little bit of separation. We've done a lot of work focused on that. In terms of retail, who it will be, what are the types of businesses that we're going to have in this area? There is going to be a neighborhood grocery store. We're not able to announce yet the name, but we have been negotiating with one group for now probably 18 months, and we're hoping that we'll be able to announce that very soon. We're looking at a variety of sit-down restaurants, hoping to bring sit-down restaurants to this area. We know that there will be some. How many? We're not exactly sure yet. I hope a lot, but again, in this post-COVID environment, the sit-down restaurant business can be tough. There is the potential that in building F, which is the one that is on the south side of the plan, furthest to the west, back by the cinema area, that there could be some medical services in there. And so that's kind of the spectrum. We're also hoping to be able to bring a full service bank to the promenade. There will very likely be a design center for our customers at Shea Homes to come in and select options. And then lastly, the homeowners association for the dunes, we are hoping to get set up with a small office in this area also.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Don, my unrelated questions are to you and Lane and Guido. What are the relevant scheduled performance milestones regarding the promenade? And are we on track for the 2022 milestones?
Mayor, I can answer that. One of the major milestones that we are a little bit behind is the vertical improvements for the 28,000 square feet of retail are supposed to be completed by December of this year. And we're obviously just in this stage. And so I don't think we will make that milestone, but hopefully they'll be well on the way. So that's is the major milestone that we're a little short on right now.
What's the consequence if milestones aren't met?
That's more of a legal question. There's a lot of things the agreements require yet both parties to expedite approvals and things like that. So I don't think we'd want to come in on a legal thing right now.
The reason I bring it up is because when we made a negotiated redesign or a third implementation agreement, both sides gave. And one thing that we got that was given to us by the developers was a robust schedule performance, a somewhat, ambitious schedule performance. And in the past, our schedule performances due to face force majeure and legal different interpretations legally, they weren't met. And so this time around, we wanted them to be more enforceable and more respected. And so if they're starting to slip, that's a concern, because that's one thing that we got out of the renegotiated third implementation was that by 2028, we were going to have a lot of new development, and it was dependent upon an annual schedule of things happening. So if this is the first year post-COVID and we're slipping behind, that's a concern to me. Is the self-service draft beer on tap? Is that moving ahead? Because we were told, come on, expedite this, don't hold this up. So we tried to do our best. I hope we didn't hold it up. But what's the status of that?
I'll go ahead.
You want me to answer, Don, or you want to go ahead?
Or go ahead. You're most familiar.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the brass, if you're referring to the Brass Tap, which is a full service restaurant as well as a tap, have multiple taps across plus outdoor areas and seating and game areas. It's quite exciting. It is moving forward. It's actually turned in building plans, and it's anticipated to start construction here this summer.
Okay, is that building F, or what building is that?
No, it's building C, as in Charlie, C.
On the north side, so to the northeast of the theater, sort of.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you. So, Lane, my question to you and Guido, is there any drawback to approving this tonight? I mean, I see it's recommended. And the Planning Commission, I appreciate that the staff report discloses that at the Planning Commission, there were a few public comments, and those that did were offered up, they weren't really on point. And so that tells me that it wasn't well attended, and there was no real concern expressed by the public or the Planning Commission. Is that true, Guido, more or less?
That's true. There was very minimal comments, and based on tonight's questions from the council, we will definitely come a little more prepared in terms of those changes if there are future maps, just to better articulate those. But at the Planning Commission, there were very few comments, if any, if I recall.
My
Okay, and then-
recollection was those comments really dealt with actions in other phases, not in this one. And that's why they were deemed kind of not relevant.
I've heard from a few people in the public that they were disappointed that the linear width of the park has been decreased, and they didn't think that we were pushing back hard enough on it. And that's why I was going down the road I was going. But it seems that we don't have anything in writing before us. And so we're relying on spoken memory. But it would be nice in the future if it was in 2008, this was the length, this was the width. And then it got enlarged in 2017 or 19 or whenever. And now it's been reduced again. And, without a paper trail, we on city council just have to rely on what different people say. And
Exactly. Yeah.
It'd be better in the future when changes are made that we have a written history. And it's coming up with the Hilltop Park, kind of the same thing, but we're starting to get a little bit better recent history on it. But that was a problem when we didn't have a history of what really was going on with Hilltop Park as far as grading plans and things like that. We had to ask for the series of documents that showed us where we came from to know how we got to the present. Guido, is that you talking? Go ahead.
No, I completely agree. And as a newer employee, I agree. It's helpful even for me to instead of just hearsay, to have stuff written down that we all can at least verbally agree to the facts. So definitely moving forward, we will have that documentation for the council and commission. So.
And Mayor, I can actually jump in a little bit on that. With the operating agreement, the amended one that was signed on December 17, 2019, there's a exhibit in there, exhibit A3. If I don't have screen sharing, if I did, I'd pull it up. And there's a map in there, and it clearly shows where the linear parks are, and the linear parks start south of the big roundabout. And so that map clearly shows that that's where the linear park is, and north of the roundabout to the town square is not identified as a linear park. And then that map also, you can clearly see it's flaring out, and which is as the design shows. And so there is a document. We apologize that one did not get in the packet, because that would definitely clarify it. And I don't know. Yeah, if you could.
So Lane, you're saying that post 2019, compared to what we have today, the linear park width has increased.
Yeah, or what I'm saying is we have a when you're asking for written documents, there is the amended agreement that the council approved on December 17, 2019, where it established that the linear park was going to be 70 feet. But that exhibit also established that the linear park starts at the big roundabout and goes south and not north. And so where this discussion is focused on that, the park space between the roundabout north going to the town square, that is not at all defined in this agreement or identified as the linear park. It is just.
So in 2019, you're saying we approved a document that didn't even have a linear park north of the Veterans Roundabout and south of the theater.
That's correct.
And now it does, and it's 50 to 60 feet.
Correct.
Okay. So A3, 2019 document, that would be the written comparison to tonight's.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lane. That's exactly what we need. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just another clarification. So on the end where it's a 60-foot linear park, did I hear someone say that we would get some more parking as a result of that decrease? Is that what I heard, or was that a general comment? Can somebody explain that? What is there going to be any additional parking as a result of that decrease?
Yeah, I don't know that we call it a decrease, Councilmember Biala, but there is, I think to answer your question, there is linear parking on the streets there. So, the north, they're one-way streets. And so there is linear parking on the outside of those streets on either side. So there is parking. There is also a pretty nice sidewalk through that area for pedestrian access.
But that was always going to be there. This amendment didn't really change that aspect. Is that correct?
No, I think the amendment maybe that you're talking about. So originally when we presented this plan to staff, the 60 feet was a little bit narrower. Okay. I want to say it was 55 feet. And so we had discussions with staff. And the idea was, hey, we really want to try to maximize that linear park in that area as much as we can. And so we were able to make some adjustments to the street section and the right-of-way section in front of the residential. So the residential, front yards got a little bit smaller, and we're right up against the setbacks now. And so that's how we got to the 60.5 feet in that area. So hopefully that explains it for you. The street section through there, so how those streets work is set in the specific plan, and we're following that section here.
Okay.
Kathy and Don, Edry might have some input. If it hasn't been answered already, go ahead, Edry.
I was referring prior to the rear access. So the alleyways access to the back of the lots also grew in order to gain better emergency access and fill out the design width as set in the previous tentative map. So it wasn't necessarily parking, but it was rear access for vehicle and garage parking.
And Edry, when you say emergency access, is that primarily fire?
Yes, yeah. The alleyways are designed with a width to accommodate our fire trucks.
Now, is the alleyway where garbage will be picked up as well?
That I'm not sure.
Doug's nodding yes. So if Doug's nodding yes, then I guess it would make it easier for large garbage trucks to, because that's a problem for some people at the dunes. They wish there was more, truck access. So if it's good for a fire engine, it's probably better for a large garbage truck as well, right? Doug and Don are nodding.
That makes sense.
Okay. All right, Kathy, I interrupted you. Do you have anything more?
No, that's very clarifying, this discussion. So thank you.
Okay. All right. It's a public hearing, so we're going to open the public hearing and we'll go to the public comment. Everyone has up to 4 minutes. Les, thank you for being patient. I know you've had your hand up a while. Well, let's get you going. Go ahead, Les. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having this hearing and showing these plans. First I've seen them was today. Thanks, Christina, for your Facebook post, which reminded me of the meeting. First look at this, I was overwhelmed. I was shocked at how dense this area is. But as I looked through it and listened to all the questions, I really learned a lot. It's very, very interesting. Mayor, you mentioned 2028, I think, for potentially a date where this might get done. I'm kind of curious, when will this be done? Is that the date, or is that just the beginning, or is that the end? So I'm very curious about that. I think it looks really, really impressive. Obviously, I don't know that every little detail. Some of the stuff you're talking about is far in more detail than what I'm aware of. But I'm very excited to see this happening. I actually live at the end of 10th Street on the other end from the theater. So if you come in our direction, there's a little park there. The park is across the street from my house. So this is basically my neighborhood. I go past the VA Center all the time working out. I was really surprised to see all those residents going up on that street next to the bike path, next to the VA building there. But again, it's going to be a lot of places for people to live, a lot of great stores, it looks like, and restaurants. I'm very excited to see all that happening. I appreciate all the effort the planning committee and the city council you're putting into reviewing these plans for us. This is really going to be nice. I'm looking forward to it. I live in the dunes, and I think it's a great development. I'm very happy with my house. I'm very happy with everything, except maybe the streets could be a little bit wider. But if this plan is as nicely executed as the rest of the dunes, it's going to be really exciting for Marina. And I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Les. And 2028 was the full build out, I believe, of phase 3, everything included. And then there's milestones backing to today, this year. All right, let's go to Denise Turley. You're on.
Hi, thank you. Two questions and I have. So is there a safe route to schools there? Boy, when Tina started as our chief, my first conversation with her was about going down 2nd Avenue and watching a door open on one of the apartment homes and watch a little girl of about 7. Her mom screamed, "Run!" because the bus was coming. And so she did exactly what her mom told her to do, which was to run in front of my moving car. I actually bounced. I hit the brakes so hard. I stayed there and watched that she got to the bus. So I hope that as you're moving things around in there, you have revamped the school routes so that little tiny children are not having to run across a major street where there is commute traffic. And we all know when you're commuting, you're eating, you're putting makeup on, you're listening to the radio too loud, you're not paying attention to driving. Number one, that's number one. And number two is when will, as you head southbound on 2nd Avenue, there's that place where there's just cement blocks and the street all of a sudden narrows, and then there's a dead field, and then there's the apartment housing. I'm wondering when that's slated to be fixed. It's been there an awful long time. And I imagine that people don't know the area, are confused by it, and I imagine that it causes trouble for commuters. Those are my questions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Denise. And we've written them down, so we'll get to them as soon as public comment is over. Let's go to Elizabeth Fisher. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hi, good evening. Sorry about the delay. So I'm another happy Dunes resident who is looking forward to seeing this next phase built. And I just have a few questions or remarks. I was expecting a list from city staff to show what the city has received in return for narrowing the linear park from 100 to 70 feet, but that was in phases 2 and 3, so that might not be for tonight. And I understand that for this phase, we've gone from linear park to linear parking, which might be a good thing. And just one remark for Mayor Delgado for the alleyways and the trash collection trucks. The alleyways, I think, are fine. The width is okay. It's just that the 6 a.m. start time was an issue. And fortunately, that has been changed for the Dunes. The trucks are starting later in our neighborhood. I hope it doesn't, it hasn't negatively affected other neighborhoods. But just because the bedrooms are so close to the alleyways, it was really hard for residents living at the alleys to have the truck start so very early. So thank you for having adjusted that. And I just want to wish Marina Community Partners all the best with this next phase. Thank you.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you. Let's go to Brian McCarthy. Good evening, Brian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Brian McCarthy. I'm a resident of Marina. Excuse me, I have a cough tonight. I'm also one of your planning commissioners, but I'm speaking only on my own behalf and my own recollection of the planning commission meeting. So I'm really glad to see the discussion on the linear park because I personally asked for some of that history at our planning commission meeting as well. And as I recall, we were kind of being advised it was out of scope for the tentative map, which it may be, but I'll offer a couple comments either way. I'll have to say first, I'm still left a little confused on what the exact true history is of the linear park concept, and still feeling a little like maybe the city's not getting the best end of the deal on it. And so I do think it's interesting that you bring it up, Mr. Mayor, and I think it's interesting that you mentioned you've heard from members of the public on it. So what that tells me is that a lot of people are really excited about the concept of a linear park. But all of that aside, I think the truth is, or maybe it doesn't matter quite as much as if it's 50 feet or 70 feet or even 150 feet, but rather kind of what the city intends to do with that space, and how it's going to be designed, and what kind of the uses are going to be. I think there's a lot of really creative things the city could possibly do with that concept. And because of our generally cooler weather, I think we're going to have to be creative if we want people to use the linear park. Because in my experience, these kind of parks typically, or at least as I've seen them in other US cities and European cities, are really gathering places, in addition to kind of being modes or corridors for walking transportation or maybe biking transportation. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what the concept plans are for that as time goes on. And I think it's not too early to be talking about and thinking about that. Lastly, I'll just say I appreciate Mr. Council Member Burnett's comments about wanting to hear any concerns of the Planning Commission. I think, it's a really delicate balance, making sure the Planning Commission relays appropriate concerns to the City Council. And I think maybe there's still a little room for some communication improvements there, but I'm super grateful that Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala has been attending all of our Planning Commission meetings as a liaison. So I think it makes, I'll speak for myself, it makes me feel very comfortable that any major concerns will definitely be relayed to the council. And I just want to thank her for that, and thank the council for always considering our input. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brian. Next, we're going to go to Tommy Bolea. Hello, welcome back, Tommy.
Good evening again. Yeah, this sounds like a planning meeting, but it just gets me a little bit confused, but it sounds exactly like a planning commission. If maybe I can get an answer as far as when is the planning commission? I want to start going to that and see if I can make a difference in there. But anyways, I guess I heard a little bit on the side that Trader Joe's is moving in there in Marina. I'm a good listener. People were talking. That kind of sounds like who's going to move in, which is great for me because I've already burned in 3 Hondas at 700,000 miles. I'm done. I'm tired. But that'll be perfect. Organic, fresh food. Couldn't be any better. So I guess the word's out. It's going to be a Trader Joe's. But anyways, Phil restaurant in Moss Landing, he has to move out. He has to find another place. He made statements that he wants to stay in Moss Landing. This is the opportunity of a lifetime to get this guy into Marina. It's centrally located on the Monterey Bay. People can come from all different directions. It'll be the anchor restaurant. You got to make this guy the deal. I know Phil. If you want me to go talk to him, I'll start the conversation. That's how usually things start. But this outdoor beer pub with outdoor seating, it's got to have glass walls, glass barriers, with fire sprinklers, that it's approved by Marina Fire. Holding a beer in Marina in August is just not going to kind of be, and sitting outside ain't going to work. It's too cold. And I don't blame, it's just the way Marina is during the summer. You can hold a beer during the winter and you're better off in the sun. But if they had glass walls like they were going to do at the Marriott Hotel, he had an idea to bring people out. But if they had a taller glass wall, oh my gosh, you can actually sit outside and enjoy Marina. Okay, it's windy, but the thing would block the wind with heaters. If Marina Fire wants a fire sprinkler system, gosh, let's put it in. It's a little bit more expense, but you have to work around Marina's weather. That's the only way. That's the only way it's going to work. And for me, my philosophy's changed. I'm more of a local shopper now. People have got me into this new vibe that I shop local. I look for local business owners. Chipotle, nice. Now is no. Michael's is a yes, because she works behind that stove and she makes it the way I want it. And that money pays local workers, and it's all local. I know it's hard to start a business. I could not imagine. But if you go to
Excuse
Moro,
me, Tommy, we need to stick to the tentative map that's under discussion.
Okay.
Do you have comments or questions about the proposed tentative map revisions?
Okay. I mean, you obviously got to work around Marina's weather. You can't just say outdoor, you're going to propose this outdoor seating, restaurant, bar. It has
Yeah,
to be.
that's not part of the tentative map, Tommy. It's the,
You're talking about, you had mentioned a restaurant in this meeting, and so I'm reflecting on that meeting. I'm reflecting what you guys are talking about. What do you mean I'm not talking about it?
okay, Tommy, just be aware that we're talking about a tentative map.
Okay, and the tentative map includes a grocery store and an outdoor seating restaurant that you had mentioned, that you had passed the alcohol license. You got that through real fast. Okay, now you want me to go there, which I would enjoy, but it's got to be comfortable. That's why I'm trying. This sounds like a planning commission. I need to help you guys work around the weather and have outdoor facilities where people will come to. Good night.
All right. Good night, Tommy. Yeah, I'm sorry for the confusion. We do cover the same thing the Planning Commission does. When they recommend to us, we make the final decision on some things. And so we do go over some of the same topics that planning commissions go over. So we do overlap there in our discussions. And the tentative maps dictate retail, commercial, that kind of thing, but they don't dictate, which business goes in. But I did go there asking about the status of a beer pub, which actually was off topic. So touche. Thank you for that, bringing that up. Okay, let's go to Elizabeth Billingsley. Go ahead, Elizabeth. Okay, she put her hand down. We're going to go to Fred Watson. Go ahead, Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment that it's good to see that 12-foot trail down the middle of the linear park. Whenever anything comes up from the dunes, I always check it against the specific plan that has a bike circulation plan. And in this case, it looks like it checks out well. So thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out, Fred. Let's go back to Elizabeth Billingsley.
Unmute. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I don't know what you guys talking about. I just joined your meeting. I was late, so I'm not sure what's all going on, but I want to hear it, okay?
Okay, we were just talking.
It says lower hand, so my hand is down.
We were just talking about that you're going to owe me a beer when the new pub opens at the Dunes.
Where at?
Next to the cinema.
Oh, okay. Now I know something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liz. All right. So we'll give everyone just a moment or two in case you want to raise your hand to speak if you haven't already. All right. So we'll close public comment in the public hearing. And Denise Turnley asked if there were, what's the status of the school routes that are planned? Guido, do you want to take a shot at that first?
Sir, what was the question? I didn't get the question.
Safe routes to schools, school routes.
I would have to defer to Brian, the Public Works Director, on the Safe Routes to School program. So,
Brian, thanks, Guido.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, there aren't any specific safe routes to school per se, other than this is, we were applying complete streets, pedestrian, bicycle accessibility to this, as well as all developments in the city. The nearest school is the Marina High School. So that's quite a ways away on the other side of Parkway from this promenade development itself. So, but yeah, the development will accommodate pedestrians and bicycles.
All right, thank you. And then the next question regarded the cement barriers at 10th Street, where there's a non-operational right-hand turn lane on southbound 2nd Avenue at 10th Street. What is Denise asked, when is the plan for that to be improved or operable as a track?
Yeah, I can speak to schedule, Mayor Bruce.
Okay, Thanks, Don.
So we are in plan check right now with our improvement plans for this area. So we are getting ready to submit what we call our second plan check. So we've submitted them. Adrian and Brian and their group have gone through them. We've made revisions and now we've resubmitted, or we're getting ready to resubmit, excuse me. And so we anticipate that we'll be ready to start grading right around the 4th of July here, and demo will be before that. So we do have a little bit of demo work to do in this area. And so that'll happen in the June timeframe. 10th Street, so the first thing we do is we go in and we build infrastructure. So we'll put in all the utilities, build the streets, and that'll take us through about December of this year. And vertical construction, so beginning to build buildings in December of this year. And from there, we'll be opening 10th Street. There will be a new traffic signal that'll be installed at the corner of 10th and 2nd. And we'll be opening 10th Street, you know, I don't know exactly, but most likely sometime next year.
Don, is 10th Street where those white concrete barriers are?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Elizabeth, well, I guess she didn't have a question about the linear parks, but she said that she was hoping that she would be able to understand what the city got in return for reducing the width of the linear park. But I think we've heard north of the VA roundabout, we really didn't end up giving, we ended up probably getting more than we might have started with in 2019. So we'll talk about the linear park heading south from there when it's on the agenda, but tonight that's not part of our topic. So let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, I hope this comment is accepted in the high regard I have for everyone attending the meeting tonight. The discussion tonight was great. We've touched on a lot of points. And I just want to encourage folks that your planning commission works really hard to answer all of these questions. And I believe Doug and Don, you attended the planning commission meetings. And so, you know, not trying to, cut down on comment, but, planning commissions are where you can really go into a lot of these details. There isn't as rigid a time constraint or structure on the process. So I guess I'm doing a commercial for our planning commission. I think we have some very competent planners, and I know our planning division head would love to have a more well-attended meeting. And I think the community could get a much deeper dive into these discussions than council really is prepared for. We review the planning commission meeting and whatever information we can find out. And, 9 out of 10 times the staff report conveys everything. And it's an excellent report. So I just want to, again, just go in and recommend or encourage you folks, if you love city council, you'll be crazy about planning commission. It's a fun time for all. So thank you.
Thank you, David. That inspires me to go to planning commission more than I already was. Let's go to Kathy Biala. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a comment that whenever we get a slide presentation, I know sometimes the staff are doing it like right at, before the meeting, but if we could be sent in the email the actual presentation, that would be very helpful to us. I think I've also seen it on financial budget kinds of things as well. So just make sure that we always get it. Then I wanted to ask on the lots and the types of businesses that would be going on there. I think Mr. Hover, you mentioned a bank. And is the lots, the commercial lots, are they already predetermined to have a bank or medical offices or restaurants, or is this just whoever comes and they look at the availability of the lots?
Right. Yeah. No. The SODRA application that was approved by the city includes the exterior architectural shell design. And so the first thing we'll do on the retail spaces is actually construct those shells, the exteriors of the buildings. And then what the insides get finished as part of what's called tenant improvement. And so once a tenant is identified and they sign a lease, the interior space gets planned and then permitted and constructed, and then eventually the business would open. So there's nothing specified necessarily yet. We've designed these to be fairly flexible on the inside. You could have restaurants. I mean, if we ended up with there's a total of 5 buildings, retail buildings that are separate from the grocery. And if we ended up in one of those buildings adjacent to the grocery store, we can't have restaurants. But if the other 4 all wanted to be restaurants, they could be, right? It just depends on the market and what businesses come forward and actually lease space in the center.
I see. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, if no one else has any questions, I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, that would be great, Kathy.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution so-and-so approving the dunes on Monterey Bay Phase 1B tentative map amendment. And since we haven't identified any conditions that I'm aware of, just skip that part and find that the project is exempt from CEQA.
Second.
All right. Not seeing any further comment from council. Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley, Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, did Lisa respond affirmatively?
I believe she did. I didn't hear nothing, but no response is a yes.
No, I said yes.
All right, so that motion, thank you, everyone, passes unanimously with the 5 of us voting. And good job to the Marina Community Partners team and the city team. Seems like a good example of working well together toward a somewhat complicated product and getting to a.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Yeah, good job, Doug. Good job, Don. And Evan, thank you for your good presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Lisa, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm just going to sort of check in for a second. I'm going to be off screen for most of the rest of this meeting. I got a pretty good concussion earlier a few days ago, and sitting in front of the screen is just giving me a really bad headache. But I want to be here with us, so I will be off screen and listening, and I'll continue to raise my hand and unmute myself.
All right, well, be well, Lisa. Hope that you recover 100%. We'll see. Okay, so we're going to next go to a break. So let's take a 5-minute break and come back. What time is it? I have 3 different devices telling me different times.
8:55, so 9 o'clock.
We'll be back at 9 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. Thanks. Hello, Juan. You're muted, Juan, but
Sorry, I'm fussing around with this PowerPoint. Hello. All right.
Juan is our finance director, and we're talking about mid-year budget adjustments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I will be presenting on item 11A, our mid-cycle, what we call our mid-cycle budget adjustments. So I will go along in this PowerPoint. So a few items we want to touch on is our 2-year budget cycle process. So where are we in that budget cycle? And how does it tie into our long-term financial outlook for the city? We also want to talk about revisit our adopted 21-22 and 22-23 budgets. So what happened back in October, and what were some of the key factors that went into that budget adoption at that time, and how have things changed, of course. So that will go into some of the recommended budget adjustments. These items are all contained in the staff report in a little more detail. And we also want to discuss sort of the nature of each adjustment and whether it's categorized as ongoing or one time. That's an important part of this budget process. And it's an important part of the financial structure of the agency and how we identify items as ongoing or one time. Then also, we'll also talk about our Measure X revenues. So this is an important part. We've gotten direction from council to pursue a Measure X bond. So updating our Measure X revenue projections is going to be very important. I'll touch on that a little bit more, where we are in that process as far as going forward with that Measure X bond. And then I'll hand it off to Lane from there to discuss the sort of condensed list of priorities that were developed about a year ago. And was also included in the staff report and packet. So the city currently operates on a 2-year budget cycle, and among other reasons, the 2-year cycle really provides a better long-term financial and strategic planning tool. So it's kind of a little bit better than a single-year budget, whereas you can kind of take a longer-term view of your financial outlook, and also it's a little more efficient from a sort of budget cycle standpoint. So you kind of do a lot of the heavy lifting at the initial adoption of the 2-year budgets, and you really refine as you go along in that cycle. So it's really become an efficient tool for the city. And so we are currently in the first year of that 2-year budget cycle, so right near the end of the first fiscal year. And we're really starting to see some revenue recovery from the pandemic. And I'll go into a little more detail on what those different revenue streams are and how they've all been affected by the pandemic. But overall, it's a positive outlook compared to what we looked at, really at the heart of the pandemic a couple years ago. And then, of course, in October when we actually adopted the budget. And, it's also worth noting that, the budget is a living document. And so, we will see adjustments that happen from here forward. Of course, that can be initiated by staff or council, of course. But it really provides a good opportunity right now to sort of readjust and refocus on what lies ahead. And, really, as staff have identified the adjustments to our budget. Some of them will be ongoing and they will affect what we call our structural budget. And others will be one-time in nature. And so those are detailed, given a little more detail and fleshed out in the staff report as far as what our recommendations are and whether those recommended adjustments are ongoing or if they're one-time in nature. So we have Resolution 2012-46, which requires the adoption of a balanced budget. And that balanced budget is defined as recurring annual expenses not to exceed recurring annual revenues. So in that formula, we've done this in the past where one-time transfers and one-time expenditures are really not factored into that overall budget. So we kind of refer to that as a structurally balanced budget. And that's really a good template for us to use as a city as we sort of take a longer term view so that we're not making promises in the current year that we can't fulfill in subsequent years, especially if those promises are expenses we expect to incur for more than 1 year. And of course, council can adopt an unbalanced budget and has done so in the past. They did it in October, this council did. And so that previously adopted budget called for an annual structural deficit, is what we call it, of about $470,000 a year. And we allocated some fund balance to cover that deficit to the tune of, between the two fiscal years, a little over $900,000. And really the base of that budget were very conservative estimates as far as our major revenue sources. And so you can see here that table that we've brought forward, that's what was adopted back in October. And really those conservative revenue estimates were really based around COVID and new variants that were emerging at the time. Obviously COVID hasn't gone away entirely, but I think we feel we're in a better situation now than we were back in October, and hopefully the worst is behind us. And I think that's shown in some of the recommended budget adjustments. So our three big revenue streams: property tax, sales tax, and TOT. So property tax has grown substantially. That's one of those trends that we saw continue on through the pandemic as families sheltered in place. And that's really not a unique thing to Marina. It's happened nationwide, specifically in California as well. Sales taxes have also remained strong and continue to outpace our current budget. So we work with HDL, our sales tax consultant. They provide us some good revenue projections that go out a couple years. And so we won't see such a high pace of growth from sales tax moving forward. It's going to taper off a little bit, but we do see that growth from prior years coming forward. And TOT, we'll talk a little bit about that, and I'll show you a graph later on. That is near pre-pandemic levels, TOT. So that's the revenue source that really took a hit. Of course, Monterey Bay area has a lot of tourism and travel, and so we rely on those industries. And so TOT did take a pretty big hit at the peak of the pandemic. And then a fourth revenue source that we hadn't budgeted for before, cannabis taxes. So we're projecting a little over $100,000 for cannabis taxes. I think at the onset when we adopted and passed, I believe it's Measure Z, we anticipated getting about $100,000 a year from those taxes, and we're starting to see that, and we project those will continue over $100,000 for this year as well as into next year. So this graph right here shows our sales tax revenues, and the solid line here shows our actual and adopted amounts. So from 2019 to 2021, you'll see actuals and that solid line. And then the solid line goes to 22 and 23, and that's what we adopted back in October. So you can see that we more or less considered a dip in sales tax revenues going from 21 to 22. And the dashed line shows our revisions. So that's what we're forecasting now as part of the recommended budget revisions. And so you can see that it continues to grow, sales tax continues to grow through 22, and then it tapers off a little bit in 23, but you still see an upward trend. And that really is something that I imagine a lot of cities and municipalities in California are realizing, that sales tax stayed strong. It shifted a little bit depending on what industries you have in your city, but overall it's been a positive trend for Marina. And TOT revenues I have here. So on this chart, you really see the impact of the pandemic on hotel and travel specifically. So TOT we collect through, it's called the transient occupancy tax that we collect from hotels in the area, or in the city of Marina, I should say. And so you can see that in 2019, before the pandemic, we collected about $4 million in TOT, and 2020 we were at about $3.5 million. So it took a pretty substantial hit on that. And then again, that solid line going to 2021 as the actuals just ever so slightly grew. But now we're starting to see some real growth this year. So folks are out traveling. People have been kind of hunkered down at home, and they're ready to, and they have been traveling quite a bit. And so we're starting to see that in our tax collection for TOT. So the dashed line shows what we're recommending in the 22 and 23 budget. So you see that sharp recovery there from 21 to 22. We did anticipate at budget adoption that we'd see it grow because we knew things were coming back, but they came back stronger than we had expected initially. So it's a good sign for the city. And so here's just a quick summary of those 4 revenue sources. This is all contained in the staff report as well, but overall for 22, we're seeing about 2.3 million increase from our adopted to our sort of recommended budget revisions. And then for 23, about 2.2 million. So that really is a positive sign, of course, for the city. Really feel strongly about these revenue projections and really feel strongly about the overall financial outlook moving forward. And so to tie it back to sort of the structural budget, right, we do have, along with those ongoing revenue sources, we do have some things coming up or that we have ongoing that we foresee being sort of some expenses that we'll have to incur for the foreseeable future. And so one of those items that I laid out in the staff report is $700,000 in legal expenses related to groundwater litigation. We are proposing that those be, so back when we adopted the budget in October, those were not factored into the balanced budget formula. So they were considered one-time expenses. We are proposing that they be included in our ongoing expenses. I think we all wish that we could see some sort of light at the end of this tunnel, but we are spending quite a bit in those legal expenses, and unfortunately, it's going to go that way. Probably at least for the next few fiscal years, and so it's appropriate to include those in our balanced budget formula. City attorney legal expenses. So we're sort of in a transition period with the folks at Wellington moving on, and so I think Lane has a little more insight on this if there's any questions, but really the market rate for those expenses and the need that we have across the city, I think we're all feeling it in all the departments, such that we're going to have to increase that budget line item by about $350,000 per year, so more than doubling it, and that would bring the annual budget amount to about $600,000 per year. And then the next 2 line items are sort of information that we recently received from Ambasia, our insurance provider, as well as CalPERS. We do operate, we do provide a defined benefit pension plan through CalPERS. And so this is just information that we didn't quite have back when we adopted the budget in October. Annually, they send us updates. And so $250,000 for our liability insurance, as well as $80,000 for those CalPERS unfunded pension liability payments. Those are going to be those will affect fiscal year 22-23, and that CalPERS payment will become due pretty shortly here in July. And so when you factor all the ongoing revenue and expenditure changes, you get a balanced budget. It is balanced in accordance with that resolution 2012-46. So our ongoing revenues do exceed our ongoing expenses. Not a huge surplus. So that $300,000 does not really get us very far. So if you kind of just do the back of the envelope, it's about 1% of our annual budget. We've got a 1% cushion. And so, we do anticipate, there are things that will happen throughout the year that we can anticipate at this point. And so it's probably, it's certainly our recommendation to make these changes, but also recommended that we kind of allow that surplus to sit there for some time, because there will be something that comes up that will require the use of that. And so there's another piece of information along with that, is that we currently project about a $3.7 million unallocated fund balance. Back at budget adoption, that unallocated fund balance was about $700,000. I think once we factored in all of our one-time items, as well as our adopted budgets. So that's a good sign for the city. And I also make the comment that we are pursuing a Measure X bond right now, and we will be meeting with rating agencies, a rating agency very soon. And so these budget revisions are going to be very important, because they'll scrutinize not only our actual financials, but our fund balances, as well as our budget amounts. And so this really paints us in a much more positive picture than what we had, back in October for fiscal year 22 and 23. And so this would be an important part of that discussion we'll have with the rating agencies. And so that is part of our, certainly part of our recommendations, to make all these adjustments and factor those into the balanced budget formula. And then along with the ongoing revenues and expenditures, we do have some one-time adjustments. Some of these are items that really have no net budget effect. Others are items and projects that staff feels necessary to kind of carry out the duties and tasks of really running the city. The first, mutual aid. I go into a little more detail in the staff report, but essentially there's no budget, there's no net budget effect. So that's mutual aid that was provided through our fire department. So they're reimbursed for that time that they spent in helping other jurisdictions provide those important services. And so they're reimbursed and made whole on that. But it is appropriate to increase that budget line item for this year, just so that we're not out of compliance as far as appropriations. General plan transfer out. So I go into a little more detail on this item as well in the staff report, but it's really a one-time cleanup for our general plan. And what that's going to allow us to do is more easily track those revenues for the general plan. And also once we start incurring expenses for that update that we'll be doing, we'll be getting hopefully in the next 6 months or so. And so that will put us at nearly $1 million that we have available at the end of this fiscal year for that pretty comprehensive general plan update. So I think Guido would really appreciate that transaction. And then another one-time contribution for Casa de Noche Buena. So they have come to us with a request of about $22,000. It's about $1 per resident in the city of Marina. And there's a little more detail in the staff report as well, but we're recommending that be added, that be included in the 22 fiscal year as well as 23. And so that similar contribution has been made by most cities in the peninsula, and we'd hope to continue that on as well. And those items were actually specific to 21, 22, but I'll talk a little bit about the 22, 23 items. Again, a little more detail in the staff report, but the access control system, we've discussed this really the first day I got here. It's really something we felt we needed across the city. Also will help with rentals of certain facilities at the city. I think Vince DiMaggio Park is one where we can provide some good, safe, secure access to folks who rent out that facility and won't require some of the manual work that usually goes along with that rental. We are proposing a rollover of those Shine Trust Funds. I may be butchering that name. It's either Shane or Shine. Staff, the fire and PD departments hadn't really spent all those funds down, so we're proposing that we roll over the remaining amounts at the end of the year so that they can continue to carry out the will of that trust. Or those trust funds. A CDD document scanning project, a little more detail in the staff report, but it's about $53,000 to digitize a lot of our files down there. And so that'll be important for staff to really bring us up to current standards in that regard. And Public Works riding mowers, a little more detail on those riding mowers, but they're about $15,000 a piece. So they're requesting the purchase of 2 of those. The riding mowers we have right now, is my understanding, they're well beyond their useful lives. So Public Works would much appreciate that. And then for 22, 23, Casa de Noche Buena contribution of another $22,000. I will talk a little bit about our Measure X revenues. So this information we received from TAMC pretty recently, and it's a much better outlook. Measure X is that 3/8% retail transaction and use tax countywide. And so we've had a few discussions about Measure X and how we wanted to move forward. And this will allow us really to maximize the proceeds from a Measure X bond. So this will, the hope is that we can maximize this bond in such a way that we won't require the use of certain ARPA funds for the one-time infusion of cash for our major street repairs. So we've talked a little bit about this. We've been advised, council directed us to go forward with this and work with our Measure X bond team. So we're doing that. And $270,000 and $290,000, pretty significant increases from what we had projected back in October. And we feel that's going to go a long way in fixing the streets and in handling the pavement improvement program that Brian and his team have worked on so hard. And then I will hand it off to Lane. Maybe, I don't know, Lane, do we want to talk about the priority list, or maybe, I know there's some hands up.
Yeah, so let's go back before we do the priority list and see if council has any questions on any of the revenues or the expenditures at this point.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Berkeley first.
Great, thank you. Thank you for a very excellent presentation. It's very clear and succinct. I appreciate it. A couple of questions. I want to be sure that I'm clear regarding the mutual aid for the firefighters of the 517,000. My assumption that that goes back into the budget and allocations for fire. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's typically when we go on the supporting the state on these wildfires statewide. We incur a significant amount of overtime for that, and so the state reimburses us, and so they're projecting that we will incur 517,000 in cost in helping that, but we'll get that revenue back from the state. So that's why it's a zero budget effect.
Okay, no, that's fine. I was just wanting to be sure that it went back into the department that is, I won't say, that's actually doing the work. So, okay, that's
Yes.
terrific. Thank you. And then so you talked about a 1% surplus cushion. Can you tell us what is the normal, what is it for a healthy city? What is a normal surplus cushion, both from a conservative and less conservative perspective?
Yeah, I don't know that GFOA really kind of guides us in a lot of ways on the best practices. Yeah, I haven't really dug into deep on what a substantial surplus is. They talk a lot about reserves and fund balance levels, but a surplus like this, I would imagine there probably aren't a whole lot of cities that have a substantial surplus. The fact that they have a surplus so they can break even is probably, a good thing. It's not a bad thing, certainly. And so I can't identify off the top of my head. I may do a little more research on what the best recommended surplus is, but break even is the goal, I think, ultimately.
Right. And oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lane.
So let me comment a little bit on that. This is a really, really tight budget because when you look at the balanced budget, so we're saying our existing staffing level, our existing expenditures that we have to operate the city, when you factor just our existing, we're 300,000 now in the black. And so if you're in a really good financial position, you potentially are putting millions in the black, and you're putting those into reserve accounts. And right now we're just 300,000 ahead. And if you remember from our previous discussions on our bond measure for the ballot and for our facilities and for our unmet staffing needs, that we have millions of dollars of unmet needs. We have city facilities that if we don't build new facilities, we're going to have to come up with over $7 million just to repair our existing city facilities. And we have a second fire engine company, a ladder truck, $1.5 million. We have a lot of expenses as a city. We have staffing we need to add for our parks that are coming on, for our streets. And so we're just 300,000 in the black, which doesn't even begin to be close to addressing those unmet staffing, facility, and other service demands of the public.
Right. And that's part of what I was trying to get at. Because when you say that we've got a 1% surplus cushion, it sounds like, oh, we're really in good shape. And so I wanted to contextualize this a little bit more and also tie it into when we get assessed for the bond measure and what are our interest rates or what are financial components to that work for or against our city, that piece be taken into account, and also in the context of why we're applying for a bond. So I think that's my main key point here in question. One, I can't quite see the screen because but did you have more you wanted to add?
No, I think we were going to go into sort of the council priority list.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No,
there are other hands. Okay.
There's a lot of questions,
All right.
other questions.
Yeah, terrific. Those are my initial questions and comments for right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much, Finance Director Juan, for the very good overview so far. I have 3 questions. One, you're calling it a Measure X bond. Is that because it's been deemed to be called Measure X, or is just X a sort of anonymous, or it hasn't been given a name yet?
No, Measure X was the 3/8 countywide tax, and so it's probably going to have a final different name, but we're leveraging those Measure X funds, and so that's why we're just calling it that, Measure X now.
Okay, it's just a little confusing. That's all. The second question, when you're talking about the hotel projections, just to clarify, you have included the hotels that are planning to come online, meaning the Hampton Inn?
We have not factored that in. And I think, Lane, you might have, I see you're going to speak right now. I don't know that the timeline quite fits with, if we want to count those chicken or those eggs before they hatch.
Correct. Yeah, we don't think those hotels will be online for this current budget. And so it will be the next fiscal year budget that I think we'll finally start seeing those potentially online. I mean, Hampton Inn could be open halfway through this budget year, but they've had a lot of delays. And so we just haven't factored that in at this point.
Okay, so we could potentially, I mean, it looks like it's moving along rather quickly. So it could potentially be in the 22, 23.
Correct, or at least maybe half of it or the latter part of it.
Yeah,
right.
I think the key might be them being in service by the end of, if they don't hit the summertime, then that's kind of a key time frame right there, right? And so if they miss that summer window, then the effect becomes far less, and probably realizing far less revenues than we would anticipate.
Well, we are a bit of a year-round destination with a mild climate. My next question is cannabis. We have some figures there for cannabis, but as we know, the industry has stalled a bit. Projections have fallen short at the county level. It's in the news of just kind of a flood on the market. My question is, go back to that slide and tell me, if you can, how you came about at those figures, and if you have any updates of whether it's, I guess we have nothing to compare it to. So tell me if your numbers are conservative and how they play into the trend.
Right. So yeah, we now have all 3 licensed dispensaries online. So you kind of remind me, I think you were at the grand opening of the most recent one. I forget their names now, but ultimately we are at that point right now. So through coming up on the 4th quarter, we have reached $100,000 for this fiscal year. And that's with another quarter of revenues to come in. So we're probably going to be between 25 to 50, let's say, for this year. And so next year we'll be able to see the full results of all 3 being online for the full fiscal year. And so, there may be disruptions in the market, to your point. I can't quite put my finger on that, or, but it seems like 125 is probably a fair but still conservative estimate. So that's just really based on what we've seen so far this fiscal year and kind of carrying that over to next year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that answers my questions. I think it's probably a really hard one given the market forces and nothing to compare it to.
All right, thank you, Christina. Let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Lopez, for this mid-budget report. I have a couple of quick questions. The TOT that we are showing, do you have a breakdown as to what is traditional hotels and what is like Airbnbs, fees that we've collected from home rentals?
I don't offhand. I could certainly research that, but I know that our Airbnb or short-term rental revenue is pretty low.
Oh.
Yeah, it's actually pretty low. So I can confirm that. I don't have the exact dollar amount offhand, but it probably makes up probably, I would say, less than 2% of our overall TOT collections. Yeah.
Okay, and along with that, if you could give me what you think is an accurate count of the number of units in the city, I'd appreciate that. The other question I had to do is with the planning department document scanning. Is that a equipment purchase or is that a scanning as a service?
I believe it's scanning as a service, but I'll defer to Guido on that one.
Yeah, so currently all of the planning and building files are in hard copy format. So we're trying to bring us into the 21st century by using App Extender. BMI Imaging is the company, and they scan all of the records and then they put it in the software called App Extender. And then you're able to quickly access all the old records. It'll save literally hundreds and hundreds of hours on Public Records Act requests and also inquiries from the public.
So this is a one-time digitization of the current city files.
It's a one-time for now just to get all of our old records. And then moving forward, when we get a big batch, then we'll send it to BMI Imaging. And then they'll continually update the records so that moving forward, the city has digitized planning, building records. But that comes at a lower cost. It's only, I think it was $4,000 or so a year to do ongoing, but just to get it up to date for now, it's the $52,000.
So do you envision that there's going to be a local scanner, or are you just going to ship it off to them and let them take care of all of that?
A part of the service agreement we would sign with them is they would scan it and then return the stuff back to us in our original folders. And then we'll have to keep the original records at the courtyard or at the permit center, whatever we decide to do.
Okay, are those public documents or are they these city, are they going to be available for public perusal?
Absolutely. That's really the goal, to save hundreds of hours of staff time. Once the stuff is scanned and put in the BMI app extender, then if we get a PRA, we click, download all the stuff, give it to somebody, and all that stuff, minus the architecture plans. If they have the architect stamp, those are the records of the architect. So
I thought that's probably a large percentage of your counter traffic right now, right? Dealing with these kinds of requests.
Yeah, we do get a fair number of inquiries about public records. Yes, that's true.
Okay, so this will be good. Oh, good to hear that. Okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Mayor Vertem Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sounds like we all are focusing on the TOT and the cannabis, so I have some questions on that too. Because TOT is such an important part of our revenue, I have heard that our hotels were actually during COVID doing really far better than some of the other regions in our area, in the peninsula in particular. And I'm a little bit surprised that we're getting back to pre-COVID levels so soon. And I don't know whether that's a factor of we didn't drop as heavily as other areas or what, but do we have a sense of this trend? Is Marina recovering faster and maybe we didn't drop as much? But this seems to be, it's positive obviously, but I just need to know, is it the strengths of our hotels or is this the same pattern that other places are seeing?
That's a good question. Our travel here is largely leisure travel. We do get spill off, especially when they have the Car Week and Jazz Festival and the big events down in Monterey. Monterey was definitely hurt significantly during COVID because their hotels depended on the convention business, and we don't depend on the convention business like Monterey. We didn't understand that when COVID came in, but what we learned was, yes, the convention business dropped, but we still had our leisure travel still didn't tank like Monterey. It still dropped, but the leisure travel has come back very strong in our area, and what we have revised really is based on what we're seeing with our leisure travel business.
Okay, so leisure just means people coming for a weekend or something, not for a specific reason. Whereas
Correct.
other hotels on the peninsula really depend on those major events. Otherwise, they might be seemed too expensive. So if we have alternatives for a weekend that's not related to being close to a major, tourist venue, then we might get those customers rather than the peninsula. Is that how I should look at this?
Right. That's correct.
Okay.
Most of the tourists that come down here, and there's a part that come for the major events, but then when they have the major conferences at the convention centers up at the Hyatt and downtown,
One sec.
those fill up the Monterey hotels, and we get some spill off, but we don't depend largely on that convention business. Most of Monterey, it gets the leisure travel from the Bay Area, from Sacramento, from the Valley, and it's hot during the summer, and they just want to come to Monterey to cool off. And so our hotels are doing very well at attracting that business, and they do that by rates, making sure that our rates are competitive. Their occupancies, our major hotels, the occupancies are very well, and they've priced the rates to keep those occupancies high.
That is wonderful news because, as we all know, we have approved other future hotels, and you can either say, "Wow, that makes me nervous because there's so many hotels already in the area," and we have kind of a different strategy on this very common way for jurisdictions to get revenue. So that makes me feel really great. Second question is on the cannabis revenues. So we generated 100,000 about for the last fiscal year when these cannabis places have been open. Is that kind of correct, Juan?
I didn't look back at last fiscal year, but we've got 100,000 this year, so about 100,000 so far. So
Okay, and that's really off of two cannabis stores.
right, yeah, I think the third very recently opened. Yeah.
Okay, so is $50,000 each? I don't know. I don't know the figures, but it seemed like other jurisdictions were getting huge monies, and 50,000 I don't think was what they were receiving from those cannabis stores. Is that a correct assumption? Are our cannabis stores, for whatever reasons, not generating the kind of revenues, even with the issues that Councilwoman Medina Dirksen was saying, that there are some issues coming up, the slump in sales and stuff. But even then, 50,000 seems a low amount.
Yeah, as I look back on our projections back when it was when Measure Z was passed, they did target $100,000. Now that was 3 years ago, I think. So I don't know. I don't quite have a benchmark for what a dispensary should produce. I just referenced $100,000 because that's what we thought, and we maybe hadn't sharpened our pencils on that. But I imagine there might be another issue, and maybe we thought about this before, is that they may be sort of eating each other's business, so to speak. And so maybe if the first two are making $50,000 ish, let's say, well, when you introduce a third, then maybe that pie stays the same size and you just divvy it up a little more between the three. That may be happening. I can't quite put my finger on that.
Yeah, it may be the amount of stores to our 22,000 population or whatever, but I would really like to know, even with the slump, what kind of revenues are being generated around us by cannabis retail stores?
Can I jump in here? When this all started years ago, Delray Oaks was making $950,000 a year. They were the only ones in the county.
Mm-hmm.
And then Greenfield came in soon, and they were making $1 million to $2 million a year, but they had manufacturing and they did not have dispensaries.
Mm-hmm.
So there were big dollars for the first ones in the market.
Yes.
We got around to campaigning and staff gave us revenue projections. We settled on something like 40,000, a range of $4,000 to $200,000 a year of expected revenue, because we knew we were in the dark, not really knowing. But we knew that saturation was coming and that we were one of the last cities to jump on the bandwagon so that we wouldn't be getting the kinds of revenues that other cities gave. But what we're hearing tonight is that we are within that range of $40,000 to $200,000 a year, which was our wild guess when we made a wild guess.
Okay, but it just seems like with the slump, they are not the mega revenue generators that maybe people anticipated early on.
Yeah, well, we did not anticipate them to be big generators. We were talking, hey, it's some money. It's a lot of peanut butter and jelly and rice for the teen center, but it's also a lot of community benefit. So it was two reasons that we did it. One was a small financial. The other was buy in town, buy local. And what that 40,000 or 200,000 doesn't estimate is what kind of repeat business we're getting. So if we go to the dispensary, maybe we go to the grocery store or a restaurant. So that secondary income that comes from people staying in town or coming to town for dispensaries, that's not part of this estimate. But we do expect that when we think about the hotel or the theater, it's not just what that business generates, but it's the offsite generation of income that's associated with it that we're not including in this $100,000, sorry.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Also, I think on the budget discussion, and I think Councilwoman Berkeley also asked about this, and Lane reinforced, although I think you're going to talk a little bit more about this, but I think it's absolutely critical that the public and all of us understand that when we say we have a structurally balanced budget, that is basically saying revenue in is equaling pretty much the expenses going out. But that has nothing to do with this long list that we have of mandatory, critical, and large needs for the city. And I think so. I just don't want people to equate and say we're doing so well because we have a balanced budget. I mean, that really won't give a complete understanding of our dire financial needs at this point. So I just want to stress that. And my last comment is, again, Juan, this was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Could we have a copy of this? I know that, the information is in the staff report, but you organize it so well in a slide presentation. So I'd like to have it if I could.
Yeah, we'll definitely distribute that. And I definitely noted on your comment not too long ago about sending presentations beforehand. I get it to you as soon as I'm done with it.
I know. 2 minutes before,
the 11th hour, right? I understand.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you both. Before I get into my questions, I want to let everybody know that we are not going to get to the Hilltop Park next issue. I think this is going to be the last issue, last agenda item of the night. Juan, can you bring up the slide that compares what I think was a $370,000 expected deficit to something that's bigger in the surplus? There were two figures, and the first thing I want to look at is we thought we were going to be in deficit. You're showing almost $500K for this year, but what about 2022? There was also a similar comparison.
You know
There you
what?
go.
I did not include, well, yeah, this
Right
is,
there.
yeah, this is both years.
Okay, so we thought we'd have basically a $500,000 deficit each year of this 2-year budget. Now, can you give us the update? I know you did already, but I want to start there by comparing it. So this just gives 23. So it's a $800 swing from what we expected, $800,000 more than what we expected. And so then above that, you say that there's a unallocated fund balance of 3.7. What was the expected unallocated fund balance prior?
At October adoption, it was about 700,000.
And then when we adopted the new budget, it was a negative, right? Because we thought we had an unbalanced budget. It was in the negative.
No, that 700,000 was all the one-time uses as well as ongoing uses. So it was net of everything. We're going to have 700,000 unallocated because we allocated quite a bit for one-time capital projects mostly. So that 700,000 was the net of everything, and we went in with the expectation that we'd have 700,000 of unallocated.
Okay, so we went from 700,000 unallocated fund balance to 3.7 million, which is quite an increase, right?
Yeah.
And then we went from a deficit budget of negative 500K to a balanced budget plus $300,000, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we did okay, didn't we, in being conservative and passing a deficit budget, not really knowing if it was going to work out. But we made an okay decision in hindsight, didn't we? That we went over a balanced budget a little bit, and it turned out that we actually didn't have an actual deficit budget.
Yes,
So
you're absolutely correct there. Because our options at that point were to lay off staff, cut back services, when we're in the middle of COVID, when our actually service demands were much higher. And so as we talked about that, we said, we budgeted conservatively on the TOT and sales tax because we just weren't positive. Our gut feeling was that they were going to come in better. And we thought we'd be better to draw down the fund balance rather than to lay off staff and cut back services when the public really needed those. And so I think this kind of played out exactly as the council thought when they adopted the budget.
Okay, so in order to protect services, you're saying we went into on paper, a deficit budget, but in reality, it turned out to be a surplus budget, and we kept the services. So in hindsight, it turns out we did well. And our unallocated fund balance is much higher. It's like 4 times higher or 5 times higher than we expected. So that's all good news. My next question is, did staff check the priority list before making the list of suggested new expenses today? And can we please see again that list of new expenses that staff is recommending today?
I guess it would be
that one. There you go. Go back one if you could. Well,
yeah.
There you go. So there are 5 expenses there, not counting the Shine Trust because I think that's fire related. But those other 4, my first question, I guess, would be: are they on our priority list?
No.
Okay. My next question is: did staff check the priority list before making this list?
Yes, we did look at it. We didn't want to put forward any recommendations other than, and that's part of the discussion. So if the council wants to look at any of those fund balances, these were critical things. The access control system is just a critical need. These are just critical things that came up.
Okay. Now, when we did the priority, we spent a lot of time on it. And we had a lot of critical needs. We called them mandatory and urgent. And so it sounds like these could be added to that list. And our point of doing the priority list, wasn't it to keep it updated? So if these are critical, unfunded, or mandatory urgent, they probably deserve to be on the list. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, 2 mandatory urgent was the 15K cannabis fee schedule update and the $15,000 general fee schedule update. Are those 2 mandatory urgent budget items in order to increase our revenue?
Yes.
Okay. So how do we as a council know whether those 2 mandatory urgent fee schedule updates are less important or more important than giving 22,000 to Casa de Noche Buena, buying 2 mowers, etc.? Unless we do the process of adding these to the priority list to see where they compare.
Yeah, I think today really is the start of that discussion with the council.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, it's harder for us on the fly to compare these 4 items to the 95 items. It would seem more appropriate if staff, in preparation for tonight, compared these items and put them on the list and took a shot at recommending where on the list they belong. So we could go from the top of the list to the bottom of the list and prioritize what we're going to do with this extra money. Does that seem like a logical process?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. We can come back to the council, hold off on these and come back and look at that with the existing list and come back with some recommendations. So we can definitely do that.
All right. Now, in the priority list, there are some general fund projects that are not mandatory urgent. They include things like $30,000 for high-speed internet, $30,000 for website improvements. Aren't those 2 items things we've been talking about for a long time, and they rated fairly high in our priority list?
Yes.
So if we're going to consider 22K for Casa de Noche Buena, shouldn't we know that that would be instead of spending 30K on website or high-speed internet, and that there's justification why we would go this direction rather than the direction that we spent a lot of time getting to the priority list that we have?
Yeah, the Casa de Noche Buena, the council had approved supporting that project in the 2021 budget. The allocation was 10,000, and so there's no discussion about continuing that for future budgets. And so because that was a funded one before, that's why we brought it back to see if council wanted to continue that funding. We did not compare it to other projects per se, but we certainly can.
Yeah, and I think that's true for the riding mowers. Those are new. They weren't budgeted. So if we thought that Casa de Noche was important priority, we should include it in the priority list as something that we want to fund, I would think. So going to cost, that was all my questions in that line of thinking, because there's a whole lot of projects that are under 50K, and there are a lot that are under 30K, and there are some that are under 10K that are already on our priority list that probably we should consider getting some of those done before new stuff, just to see what we want to do. But on the Casa de Noche Buena, if we were in Bel Air, or let's say we're in Sand City, there's only 300 people. So they're going to spend $300 and we're going to spend 22K, but they get millions more in sales tax than we do. And Carmel has less people than we. So even though they have a bigger budget than we do, they're going to be spending less money on this per capita. So I think that if we were to go this way, would it be logical, Lane, to instead of offering up a donation of $1 per capita, that instead we take a quick look at the percent of general fund that the other cities are giving, and then we consider giving that percent of our general fund? So it's more apples to apples.
Yeah, that is absolutely a different approach that we could look at.
Okay. Do you see any reason why we would want to pay more into this than Carmel, given all the homeless services we already provide compared to what they do?
No, what we don't know is how much of our community uses this center versus how many from, say, Carmel use it. We can get those. I think we can get those numbers. So I think that's also another factor.
Well, yeah, that would be kind of going, you could go a little deeper than that, right? Couldn't you ask why Carmel doesn't have more homeless than Marina?
Yeah.
So, I don't know if maybe if Marina, if Carmel has spent, $50, $60 million like we have on homeless issues over the last couple of decades. But that's a deeper question we don't need to go into today. So, yeah, okay. Well, those are all my questions. I won't go into detail of the 15 to 20 items that are on our priority list already that are in this price range of $50,000 or less that would be competing options of spending these monies. So let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
I'm just going to do a time check, first of all, and make a motion to extend to at least 10:15.
I'll second. Matt, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
No.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Oh, you got
It's fine.
Councilmember Berkeley was actually a no.
Mayor Pro Tem Bayala,
Yes.
and Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right. Please continue, Christina.
Yes, Mayor, I appreciate all your points, but I also think it's appropriate to point out that we do have some new staff members, directors, making some recommendations. So they probably were not completely filled in our priority list. For example, making the mowers for Public Works.
Try to form a question, Councilmember. Try to get it.
Might they have been thinking about needs for the future as well, coming forward as new parks are going online? And secondly,
Let's get an answer. Do you mind if we get the answer to that question? Wayne, can you answer that?
I'd have to default to Brian.
Oh, yeah, I've been hearing as the council's been discussing this, and this is more about continuing the services that we already are providing. We have mowers that are approaching 20 years old, that should be replaced in that 7 to 10 year range. So it's not a question of, is this a new thing? It's more a question of, do we continue to provide the level of service that we have been? Because at some point, we're not going to be able to continue to use those mowers.
So Brian, a follow-up to that would be, why weren't they included in the budget when we adopted? Was it just an oversight, or did something break, or what happened?
No, it wasn't recommended at the time. We had a new superintendent getting up to speed, and he's kind of looking at the equipment and saying, yeah, this is really a pretty important need right now.
I'll follow up there with the new superintendent. Maybe for city manager, might we have an opportunity at some point for new directors to get the lay of the land and figure out some things that will streamline their jobs? And might we have an opportunity to sort of make I don't want to say a category, but opportunity for them? I just fear that we might kicking projects to the back of the line of our priorities may kind of kill the will of progress for those who are just joining us and realizing the great need.
So can you repeat your question, please, Christina?
Might we have a opportunity for our new directors to present their getting their feet wet in the overwhelming needs that they're presenting to do their work, to the needs that they how do I say this? Might we have an opportunity for directors present as they're getting their feet wet and getting into the job, tools that they need to get the job done better. With in mind the list of what we've done before that before they work.
Yes, I think I'll rephrase your answer a little bit different. That like the document scanning request was directly with the new director, Guido, coming on board and seeing all the public records requests, and as well as just the regular public and staffs looking at old documents and really shocked and surprised that they were not scanned into a system. And so this was his coming in and saying this would really help our service load if we could get these documents scanned. So I think I answered your question in backwards way, I think.
Okay, I think you did. Thank you very much.
You have more, Christina?
I'm gonna go ahead and just leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
No, I actually put my hand down because I have comments, not questions.
Okay. I just have a follow-up, Lane. Can new directors learn what's already on the priority list that's in their department? And then, as Christina said, think about what else they need and then propose putting those on the priority list so that we keep the priority list comprehensive?
Yes, we can do that. And we really haven't really sat down with all the new directors and gone through the list and gone through what they have on boards. But so, yes, we could certainly do that.
So is it possible whenever a new director comes on that they might want to add some things to the list and they might want to take some things off, but we wouldn't know unless they reviewed it?
Correct.
All right. Christina, did you have something more?
No, I'm good.
Probably an old hand. Go ahead, Councilmember Biala.
No, I'm sorry. I better just wait until our discussion on comments rather than try to frame it as a question.
All right. So now we're ready for we could go to the public, or we could go to a motion and then brief comment and then go to the public.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, so we're structuring it just questions. So I'm holding off on questions because I want to have a little bit more robust discussion. But if we're going to the public and then we come back and we only want brief discussion or brief comments.
No. If we came back from the public, we could talk long. But if we make a motion and then before we go to the public, our process is to have brief comment after a motion, and then we go to the public.
Okay,
and we come back for long discussion.
After the public. Got it. Okay, I will reserve my comments then until then.
Okay, so Council, would you like to go to the public first to, different than we normally do? Or would you like to stick to our process of motion, brief comment, budget, so public discussion, and then public comment, and then back to us for lengthy discussion?
I would like the public comment and then come back to discussion.
Okay, and we'll try to keep track of the time. I'll just motion now that we go to 10:30 because I can't see that we're going to finish this with public before 10:15. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please, Matt?
Councilmember Berkeley,
No.
Councilmember Burnett,
No, please, no.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, I think it'd be great to get the budget done tonight. Okay, so let's go to public comment. We'll diverge from our normal process. Anyone would like to speak to our budget mid-cycle adjustments? We'll start with Tommy Balea, and we'll give everyone 2 minutes this time since we're kind of running out of the evening. Go ahead, Tommy.
Okay.
Good evening again. Yeah, I don't know why, can I make comments or do I have to ask questions?
No. You questions and comments are okay, Tommy, from the public.
Okay, thank you. My neighbor or somewhere on my street smokes marijuana, and that's okay for her. That's her right. But she has cancer. So we'll just leave that as is. I mean, don't rely on marijuana tax to be your savior, because there won't be nobody in that store to buy it. Think about it. And that's where we're going. But I won't say any more on that. So the water bill was $96,000, if based on what the councilwoman at that amount per month, the total per year is $96,000. And you're talking about more parks, more grass. I mean, I would start putting in artificial grass. That's the future. We don't want polluting lawnmowers. I mean, that's just more noise. But that's my personal perspective on that, and we'll leave that as is. You mentioned lawyer litigation. That's accounted for. You kind of went over it kind of quickly. What kind of amounts are we talking about that you have budgeted for lawyer litigation? I guess this water thing's going to continue. And how much are we spending on PERS? That amount's not going to go down. It's going to go more. Scanning of all the records, does that include police records? For $52,000. Maybe I'm budget conscious, but that's a lot of money. And $200,000 for an access control system, or $130,000. Wow. Casa de Noche, what's that for? Helping homeless? I think all the homeless are pretty much kicked out of Marina. Show me where that's going, and I can help. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. And we'll get to those questions as soon as public comment is over. Now let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Hi, thanks. I want to make the comment in a way that I don't offend anyone. So my first question is, new Guido is the old Fred, and Juan is the new mi hermano Eric, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. We can just keep up. Yeah, when there's somebody new, they should probably introduce themselves. Don't care how long they're married or how many kids they have, but just that they're new. And I really like the idea of the directors going over their items and doing an update on the list. And separate from my usual budget concerns, that's about that for this evening.
All right. Thank you very much, Denise.
Thank you.
All right. We give everyone a moment to raise their hand if you haven't spoken yet and wish to. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Juan, can we go back to the litigation? That was one of Tommy's questions. We were talking about increasing it a certain amount. What was that amount? And then what does that bring the total cost of expected litigation expenses?
Yeah, so we're proposing to add we're not adding anything else. We're categorizing it as ongoing. It was previously categorized as one time, but we know that litigation is certainly ongoing for this foreseeable future. Overall, a little over $2 million budgeted
per year.
Per year for those special legal counsel expenses. They're
$2 million per year litigation.
Yeah, 2.2.
Great, 2.2. I mean, not great, but thank you. All right, and then Tommy's next question was the amount of PERS.
Yeah, we're proposing to increase that. That's based on the PERS actuarial reports that are produced every year. So it's going up by 80,000, and the total amount will be 1.98 million.
Okay, so it's almost 2 million, and it's going up 80 grand. with our proposed adjustments. And then the scanning of records, does that exclude police records? Is that just community development department records?
Yes.
That's just community development.
Okay. And then Tommy asked, what was Casa de Noche? Basically, Tommy, it provides homeless services. All right. Well, those are all the questions that we had. So now we go to council for discussion. Kathy, you want to start off?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So your point was so well taken, and the perspective, because I think that we lose ourselves with so many different demands on the budget. And so we have this long list, and I have to apologize to everyone because Lane asked me for the latest consolidated list, and I gave him one from 2021. We have been updating this list as, for example, the CIP came up with a few more. So the list actually has 120 items, not 107 as the 2021 consolidated list indicated. So that list has grown to 120. So we know we have a lot of needs, but the variety goes from millions to 20,000. So, it may seem like a big list, but we have some of those items, not all of them have been prioritized by the council during our first budget session. So we'll have to get at the new list that has 120, and then we've got, looks like 4 more to add to the consolidated list. So I think that what we need to do is to also understand, how do we add more to the list? And how do we prioritize again? Because as we've seen here, we added 4 that were not on the previous list. And now we almost were assuming that the new priorities always supersede any of the prioritized ones that we went through on the initial consolidated list. So I think we're going to have to figure that out and have a discussion about that. Or we can simply say, we have 4 things on the table that were proposed today. One was 150,000, let's say, and then 3 were between 40 to 50,000 that make up sort of the additional 3.5 million unallocated fund surplus that we seem to have at this point. So we could say, given those 4, and we've heard justifications on that, and go back and look at similar prioritized expenses and projects, whether it was the AV, the library community AV update, whether it was the internet connections, all kinds of things on that list. We need to then take a step back and say, based on the allocations of this 3.5, maybe we keep it in the similar format. So there's 150,000 and then 3 lesser, 3 that come under 50,000, and then go back and make a decision and compare and have a discussion about that, so that we aren't just looking at this one set of new priorities. My comments.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have a couple of questions. The Mayor Pro Tem has indicated that a list has been updated, and updated by who, and how was this accomplished? I don't believe I was part of these discussions. Maybe it happened at some other time. And then my second question is, one of the problems which I indicated when we first started creating this list was that when you have an ordered list and you look at it, as your priorities change, you're going to be constantly scrambling to reshuffle this. What a rank ordered list, which we don't have, actually does is compares every item to every other item. This is humanly a challenge, but there are several computer programs that do this very well. And I don't want to belabor this point, but without having another 3-day budget session where we go through all of the now 120 items and compare that with the 4 new items. This is going to be a constant aggravating experience. And the second thing that I want to add is that budget discussions at 9:30, 10 o'clock, I think is a disservice to the community. I know it wasn't planned that way, but we should have cut off discussion and reconvened at another time so that we could have public input, public's eyes and ears on the discussion that we're having. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I'm really concerned that we're ignoring website development and internet improvements that we have said after long discussions were urgent and mandatory, and they don't even come up as if they don't exist. But our unallocated fund balance has grown significantly to $3.7 million. And we don't ask the question, what do we do with the $3.7 million compared to, as Kathy at Mayor Pro Tem said earlier, compared to a long list of unfunded needs. And we're not talking about that long list of unfunded needs, but we have $3.7 million, most of which we didn't expect we'd have. So there's some questions that are being begged by a change of circumstances that are not being discussed unless we bring them up, with council members. And to Councilmember Burnett, how did these get added to the list? These new projects. As fast as staff recommends new projects during budget meetings, we add them to the list, at least on the bottom of the list. They're not ranked, they're just added because staff has said almost every time we have a meeting like this, staff brings up projects that are not on the list. So rather than ignore them, we tag them onto the list.
So is it our list or is it?
Hang on a minute, David. So as fast as we can stay comprehensive, we stay comprehensive. And Kathy has been really good to be serving as a secretary. So when we get a PowerPoint and it has new projects on it that aren't on the list, the next day she adds them to the list, she sends it to Lane, she makes sure that it's appropriate. And now we have a longer list than before, but 5% of them aren't ranked because we haven't done the thorough job that we did for 9 months or 6 to 9 months when we first created the list. So I think that we have to keep coming back and forth doing this until we have a system and we're in the habit of treating the list as if it was worth the effort, because not everybody remembers how much effort went into creating that list. It was the first time in history that we weren't using stickers on a wall based on people in the room that day and then forgetting about it 6 months later and starting over again from scratch the next year with stickers on the wall. So trying to get a little better than stickers on the wall, starting from scratch every year, we now have a very thorough list as long as we don't let it get out of sync. And that's what we're trying to do. When we get 4 or 5 new items every 6 months, we're trying not to ignore the 100 plus that we already thought were important the last time we got together.
I strongly.
David, hang on to David. I'm talking and you can put your hand up, but we're going to have to talk to Lisa and Kathy first because their hands are up.
Well,
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala and then we'll go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley. And David, if you wish to speak, please put your hand up and we'll get right to you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think Lisa had her hand up.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay. So that is exactly so. When there are new items, they go on this list, but they have not been prioritized by council. And in response to Council Member Burnett's frustration, it is a frustrating way to do budgeting. But I ask you then, what is a better solution? So, it's easy to say that this was cumbersome. How are we getting to these lists? And geez, there's 120 items on here, but there is 120 items. Since a year and a half ago, there has been these projects that are either critical or have been new and we have new needs, and now we have new staff with new ideas. So we want to capture that. It doesn't mean that, geez, we got 120 now. Look at how, we might as well just give up because we'll never get to them. That is not the point at all. We're trying to get organized and have a systematic way of addressing some of our needs. It doesn't mean that when we have 4 new ones that we haven't discussed before, that maybe we do need to have that discussion and say, geez, those lawnmowers are about ready to stop working any single moment. So maybe we need to devote that much money right now. But that doesn't mean that this system is wrong, that this system should be abandoned because it's cumbersome, because it keeps changing, because it keeps growing. That is the point, that we don't have to recreate the wheel all the time. And that's why we're doing this. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Thank you. My issue, so I actually appreciate the spreadsheet of things listing and all of the living documents of this. In fact, when I got on council in 2018, this is something that I very specifically had asked, that we keep track, and that in addition to it, we get a sort of an update or tracked list on every council meeting. What I am hearing is that this list has been a running living document. What I'm disturbed about is that it's not included in the council packets. And so as you can imagine what it's like, I had no idea that this was occurring, and it comes across not in a good light, not in an inclusive of council engagement and keeping track of it. So my request is that this document that you are doing, it sounds like a phenomenal job keeping track of, that it be shared and included at least once a month, so that we as council, as a collective body who are making decisions together, are knowing about it as it's occurring. Not that when we're sitting here every few months and suddenly these new things are coming, that you and the mayor, or you Kathy, and you Bruce, know about, and we don't. And what I'm hearing is that it's when things come up, they get added to the list, not necessarily prioritized. So I'm not critiquing or criticizing what you're doing. I'm asking that it be inclusive, so that it makes this conversation this evening a richer conversation where we're all on the same page, and also that the public is on the same page as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. So there is a prioritized list attached to the staff report. It happens to be a year old, but it's 90% the same as if the most recent was attached. Only because there was a glitch in email communication do we have an old list. But all that Kathy does is add to the list what staff brings up. Like during our CIP, Brian brought up about 10 new projects that weren't on the list. Had nothing to do with Kathy.
Right, no, I'm not
hang on a sec, Lisa. Hang on a sec. So then the next day, Kathy added it to the list, or the next week or whatever, sent it to Lane and said, Lane, is this list accurate? Lane says, yep. So that becomes the working list.
Right.
But Kathy and I sometimes worry about badgering Lane too much with these lists. And so now we're hearing the other thing, that we don't do the list often enough. And Kathy and I are trying not to bug Lane or stress him out by badgering him to include these lists. And so we're getting it from both ends. But really what we want is just to maintain a consolidated, comprehensive list of projects, so nobody's desires or ideas get lost. They're always there on the list. They may be down the bottom, but they're on the list. And when someone says, you ever thought about a bridge? I want a bridge across Loch Patton. That's 99 on the unallocated fund balance. So we're doing the best we can. And we're going to go to Councilmember Christina Marina Dirksen, and then Mayor Pro Tem Viola again. And then Lisa, please raise your hand.
I thought Mr. Burnett had a question.
Yeah, I think he said goodnight.
Oh, okay. I was just going to bring it back to his concern about a discussion so late at night like this. It is a little difficult, and we've only have about 12 people on now. So I was going to make a motion, but I will wait. Well, I guess I'll make a motion that we do adopt this resolution with the mid-cycle adjustments brought back for discussion. The additional the additional asks, but we authorize and give him direction to move ahead minus the 4 asks as we come back and talk about a processes for the prioritization list and the new asks.
I'll second that. Kathy, either we go to you for comment or we get a quick vote, and but first we have to extend. So if we want more discussion, we're gonna have to extend the meeting, but we probably have enough time to make the vote. So Kathy, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, then I motion that we go another 5 minutes so we can vote and hear from folks.
I second.
Well, that means, okay, 2 motions on the floor, so.
Well, the motion to extend the meeting comes ahead. Otherwise, we got to adjourn. So can we have a roll call, please, Matt?
Member Berkeley,
No.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ayala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Christina, you had the floor. Do you have anything else to say before we move to Mayor Pro Tem?
I just make the comment that, yeah, I don't see anything sinister in Mayor Pro Tem upkeeping the list. Just so in the past we've had volunteers and other departments assisting, so that I don't see anything Brown Act violation or anything wrong with that. And I also just want to ensure that moving forward, we can have some mechanisms for staff to better direction for staff with a priority list and whether they get a second, I don't want to say bite at the apple, that's your words, but a second opportunity to bring new things to the table.
And that goes for council members and the public as well. They have new ideas. Kathy, do you mind if Lane goes first?
Sure.
We just rose his hand. Go ahead, Lane.
I'll just make a quick comment that, yeah, the motion that you have on the floor, we're fine with. There's nothing critical on those 4 items. And so those are not critical at all, but the critical thing is getting the rest of the budget adjustments adopted so that when we do our ratings presentation, all that information is in there.
Thank you, Lane. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to quickly say, I want to read you the remaining things on the revised list. And Councilwoman Berkeley, what your points are well taken. And I have consulted with Lane to make sure that what I heard at the meetings, this is all just what we've heard in the public meetings on here. And this happened in January and February. But 108 is the hockey pavilion design plan financing. 109, new police station design plan financing. 110, fire station plan design financing. 111, community center upgrade. 112, North Del Monte pedestrian crosswalk at DiMaggio Park. 113, local roadways safety plan, tier 1 CIP. 114, Los Alamos sports deck rebuild, tier 1 CIP. 115, maintenance management system, tier 1 CIP. 116, Cordoza neighborhood storm drain, tier 1 CIP. 117, library community AV update, tier 2 CIP. 118, Marina Drive storm drain, tier 2 CIP. 119, Patton Parkway retaining wall, tier 2 CIP. 120, Imgen and 3rd Avenue traffic light, tier 2 CIP. So these are all covered in the public hearings. This is just adding them on. They do not have any dollar amounts, however. All the other things up to 107, there were dollar amounts projected for each of these. These do not. But yes, I would love to be able to see this come back and updated every month even. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Councilmember Berkeley, can you wait until city manager speaks here? Go ahead, Lane.
Yeah, sure.
You're muted, Lane.
I'm fine. I meant to lower my hand.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yeah, again, this is not a criticism per se. It's just even in how you were speaking about it. And it's not about Brown Act violation or anything, but the way you're communicating about it. It's like you and Kathy have this thing that you're doing and it's not being shared. And so I really appreciate, Kathy, that you're keeping track of this list. And it's just, I'd like to be able to see it as well, because if you're keeping track of it, part of our job as council, or part of one of our potential jobs, is to maybe help find ways that we can fund some of these things and come up with creative solutions. And I'd love to see that list, because you're tracking it. So that's all, and if you're doing it as we're evolving, it keeps us all in the loop. That's it, because I think it's really necessary and I really appreciate you doing it. So that's all. It was not meant as a criticism, just a request to be engaged with all of council. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Matt?
Councilmember Berkeley,
And this is on approving
on the motion.
Yes, yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bayala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, everyone. Thank you. That motion passes unanimous with the 4 of us present. And we have a couple housekeeping items we will not get to today on the end of our agenda. But thanks everyone for staying late and making sure that we completed this budget so that Juan and everyone didn't have to wait 2 weeks to hear more about it. Tina, good night. Eddie, Brian, Guido, thank you. Carlos Vega, our division fire chief. Doug McCowan, our chief. Good night. Good night, Matt. Good night, Don. Thanks for sticking with us. Don Hofer, I hope that we made some good progress from what you need us to do tonight for MCP. Okay. Have a nice evening, everyone.